water? Hey, some water. Get some water. Come on. A little sip? What, you want back out now? Let you in. You want out. Well, alright then. Alright. Let's get it. Let's get to it. Hey. Deciding if that looks good or not. I guess you guys get to decide on whether this looks good or not. But okay. I'll be honest, I don't remember what we're doing. It's been so long. I'm a little tired. I'll be honest, I'm a little tired. Once this loads, I'm gonna look at something real quick. I'll tab out again just to make sure I've got everything correct. You know, the bits. Because I'd rather not have like no audio. I would absolutely love for you guys to hear what's going on in the video game. Oh, no, turn that off. Turn off my keyboard before Hope decides to just crash the video game. Oh, let me alt tab out. Okay, you guys are getting audio, looks like. Okay, that's all I care about. Audio sounds good. Okay, that's good. That's all I care about is if the audio looks or sounds good. Because otherwise it's like, well, everything I set up this somewhat nice, I guess. Setup. I don't know, I'm still testing it out, seeing if it is good or not. Are you crouching? Why are you crouching, my man? Hopefully it looks nice. Tried setting things up. I'm hoping it looks nice. Do we remember what we were doing? I've got 16 experience points, holy shit. We could get some lockpicking. Lockpicking is always useful for us. Let's go ahead and put some lockpicking in. Oh, we could just level that up again, damn. What's this one do? That's pretty good. Hey. Let's see here. We can make Radfurat. Wait, can we? No, we cannot. We're down. We don't have enough to make him sexy. Or sexier. Wasn't I saying I was gonna save up for this? That's okay. Okay, quest log. Out of this warehouse to get more information on the possible whereabouts of Barabbas. Okay. Oh yeah, his warehouse wasn't it just like right here, so just right here. Wow, it's right here. How fantastic that it's just right here. I'm glad the stream, I have the stream open on the side and I'm able to see it, because from what I can see on the OBS window, what little I can see, it's not updating. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, this. Hey man. Neither of us are long for this world.
Called. You're looking for someone.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know where your friend is, but I know the Tong are involved. The leader of the Tong, Johnny, he'll know where they are. Johnny's at Glaze. It's his club. You'll need a password to enter. The password is 725. There will be Tong everywhere. Johnny's office is upstairs.
Thanks, you made my whole life a lot easier. Looks fine, that's good.
By paying that debt, I have made an enemy of the Tong, who I once belonged to.
What are you gonna do now, dude?
You should leave now. Excuse me.
Hold on, let me just... Oh, what's the quick save button so then I don't have to do this over and over again? F9, okay. Just so then I don't have to do this whole talk all over again, because I remember last time. Hold on. Okay, here's that. Alright. Alright, good. But is it, was it F11? Was it F8? F5? I'll be honest, I didn't look at the button for quick load. I should have. I probably should have also waited for my health to regen. Damn. Hey, Elizabeth. You get to see me die, because I've well, it was F12 then, wasn't it? Okay, that's good to know. You get to see me on this part where I forgot to sit and heal. I have blood heal, right? Yeah, I do. Hold on. We're just gonna watch this man die real quick. Okay. Holy shit, you guys are just at the door. Okay, okay, so that's how you do it, I guess. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am failing miserably right off the bat. We have not been live for what? Like 10 minutes. I don't think it's been 10 minutes. Okay, well. I don't think blood heal actually works while I have this. What the fuck? Okay, so fortitude, protein. Oh shit! Oh my god. You want to experience final death? I don't think you want to. Oh, there's a man over there. Oh my god. Here we go. Yeah, it doesn't cover up that yellow. Okay. For real? I wasn't close enough. Holy shit. I've done it. Holy shit. Are you for real? You got the suck. Just like that, dude. I may have to move the chat because it looks like it's covering up a decent chunk of the actual stream. Yeah, give me a moment to do that real quick. Oh, shit. Like the layout idea though? Purple slime is nice touch. Thank you. Oh, that made it too big. Whoops. Got a lot of blank space as well, which I'm probably gonna fill up here in the future, of course. Maybe have a slideshow going on in the background. I know up here at the top right, I will have the Discord voice, this right here. I'm gonna stream more. I hope so, but gosh, I hope so. Yeah, I have the stream team.exe up at the top. So then whenever we start doing Discord stuff, or, you know, team stuff, or any group kind of, you know, stream, it'll be right up there. It'll say who's talking, or, and so on and so forth. I'm also gonna make the mouseware bigger. I want the mouseware bigger. I've got the BRB down at the bottom center. Where is Discord voice? Okay, hide it. There we go. I think that should be good now. Let's make the screen big and find out. Continue. It's a little better. This is a little upsetting that it's covering it. Can't wait to invade stream once more.
Hey, babe.
Hey, babe! Holy shit. Okay, now to figure out where Glaze is. It was 725, correct? That was the code. I'll be honest, I wasn't paying 100% attention. Where is... Hey, newspaper. 9 lives? Lives? 9 lives? Celebrate... Yeah, celebrate. Celebrity Ash Rivers walks away from a deadly crash. Where the hell is like a bus stop so that I could see the map? I don't think I'm gonna get a map of this place. You like to Twitch refresh the page without your consent and logged you out. Great website. Yeah, you're right. Great website. Sit. Red Dragon. White Cloud. Mao Long restaurant. Okay. That's not it. Hey, dude. Kamikaze Zen. There's just a police officer here.
No.
No. Well, I guess I'm just gonna go in the fucking sewers. Sewers got a map. Sewers got a map, so I guess I'm going into the sewers. God. The wet noises. There's a rat. I don't need that rat, though. I don't need to eat rats. Radfuratish eats rats. This is not the right map. Okay, I guess it's the other end. Lord. I hate, like, the walking doesn't fit. Okay, let me see. Okay. Glaze 10. Oh, hey, I'm close. Okay, I just have to go down and hit. Which one do I want? Do I want E or F? I guess it really doesn't matter which one I choose, E or F. Actually, I think G would be best. Yeah, I'm gonna go just fuck to G. That looks like it would be easiest, honestly. So how's everybody been? It's been a while since I last streamed. I was thinking of doing some Astroneer, but Astroneer wouldn't load for me, so I was like, well, I guess I'm not doing Astroneer. Are you for real? Is it just right here? Where the fuck am I? I just did this. You doing alright? You good as can be? You playing a bunch of playing a ton of VR? Good stuff. I've seen you are doing a lot of VR chat. Oh yeah, it's just this place, isn't it? Oh yeah, my fucking 5 key is sticky, so I can't play it. Can't use it. I got VR chat. I haven't loaded it up or played it or anything yet. Why is the VR... Oh yeah. I was like, why is the BRB music playing? I was like, oh yeah, that's right, because my numpad is how I control everything. I think the past week and a half you've put like 60 to 70 hours in the game. Holy shit. Elizabeth, dude, you need to stop playing so much VR chat.
It's a nice night out, huh?
Sure. Nice night out, huh? You did. Yeah, no, don't worry, I understand. Oh, fuck yes, where's the dance button? I forgot how good the dance animation was.
Tragedy.
I forgot how good the dancing animation was. Like, I always put the humanity restored image as the stream notification on social media, but like, it's different in action. It is so much more different in action. Yo, DJ, turn it up, dude. Yo, DJ, my man, turn it up. This man's neck. Hold on, hold on. No, it's... I pressed the wrong key, sorry. Maybe I can... Okay. I know you can't see the mouse, but look at the man's neck. There's a single pixel there. It's literally, you don't know why you're laughing. Nice moves. Hold on. Sorry. God, this... Okay, there's a better shot. This man's neck is not connected to his body. Oh, apparently you can see my mouse whenever I do this. Okay, good. This man's neck is... His head's not connected. Okay, that's enough dancing. I don't want to gain humanity. What are you doing, dude? Love and Rockets. What is that? Bauhaus? Tones on Tall?
Out of my way.
Out of my way. That's me. Let's see here. Anything of interest? Your face. Can't wait for Daniel Ash tour. I know, right? I'm hoping he'll come in my area. Because unfortunately not a lot of tours come to my area. I'm hoping he does.
Nobody allowed upstairs.
Let's see. Nobody allowed upstairs. Well, I guess that's not upstairs. She's going downstairs. Hey, that's what you think. See, this is usually when I get my way with violence, my man. Hey, Radfuratish. Holy shit. Holy shit, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Oh lord. Okay, load game. Goodness, just went out there. Final death, right? Get that final death counter going. Hey man.
Nobody allowed upstairs.
Move.
Nobody allowed upstairs.
Move.
Nobody allowed upstairs. Nobody allowed upstairs. Nobody allowed upstairs.
Where's the... I guess I'll find another way in. Radfuratish, you don't have to take this shit, dude.
What's the hops, bro?
Okay, let's see here. Do you think I could? Is there anything I can jump on from here? Doesn't... Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to reach that from down here, unfortunately, so... They thought of that. They thought of some bastard jumping up there. Hold on. Can I get the double jump going off this wall? No, I cannot. Okay. What a shame. Hey man. You look important. Hold on. You look important. Talk to me, dude.
Am I supposed to know you?
Try to fly on why? Yo, are you Johnny?
Johnny's upstairs. Nobody sees Johnny unless I say so.
I see, thanks.
Am I supposed to know you?
Let's see. Oh, hi, I'm the guy who murdered you. What the hell kind of answer is that, dude? Hey. Dude, suck his blood! Radfuratish. Yeah? You need the keys? You need the keys? Come on, guys. Let me get up real quick. Gotta find the keys. What is this for? It's 7. Keys. Keys. Yeah, no, really not how we got it. Did you not look on the cabinet? Did you not look on the cabinet? Yeah, you're right. Okay. I hope you love the intermission. I'm not changing it. Me holding a gun. You better love the intermission. Oh, put your fucking dukes away, dude. Alright, so I'm probably not gonna be able to get through this without fighting. Hey man, I'll talk to you
Am
again.
I supposed to know you?
Hey, where's Johnny?
Johnny's upstairs. Nobody sees Johnny unless I say so.
Equals 2 XP for finding keys.
Where did you find this guy? What kind of whack-ass DJ called himself the Flow?
Calls himself the Flow. Hey, DJ, can I talk to you?
Out of my way.
Out of my way. Man, I don't want to do this. Can I please get back into first person mode? I don't want to look at Radfuratish any longer. I can't go to the bathroom. Okay, later.
Oh.
Looks like there's an exit behind him, so I'm gonna see if I can get back there and lockpick that. Try my best. Because he can't look behind him.
Lovely evening.
Oh. Okay, alright. You have the same passcode for both doors, dude. That's not secure. Actually, I'm up here. Oh, okay, you guys don't like it whenever I'm up here, period. I figured, hey, it's okay since I'm up here. They would just figure, hey, he's supposed to be up here. Of course I figured wrong. I assumed wrong. Holy shit. Hey guys. I have not played in forever and it really shows. Hey. Radfuratish, why are you suddenly having so much trouble, like, drinking blood? Like, I thought I statted that out so then it would, like, almost never fail. Am I just getting bad rolls? Is this some fucking, Daggerfell bullshit where I'm just bound to fail because I've got bad dice rolls. Oh, it's I. That's right, it's I. Which one is it? It's not combat defense, isn't it? Unarmed? Yeah, I've got 8 fucking unarmed combat. Don't suck 8. No, dude. Don't say that, my man. Don't say that, my man. Shush. Shush. How do I can mod you. I can mod fucking anybody. Hey, Kat. Or Elizabeth, sorry. Hey, I can mod you. Elizabeth. You've got a nice icon now next to you, dude. You are powerful, you're correct. Man, I'm realizing I need to figure out how to do shit. I just gave you all points. Points don't even matter. Eat points. Eat points. Okay, well I'll make that command. Hold on. I can do that. How do I add variables? You're so hungry. Hold on. I'm trying. Add points. Add name. Shut up. You don't own me, dude. Okay. We're learning Scortbot. I can't do that. I have to do eat points. There you go. Oh, finally, there you go. 8 point. You 8 point. I love Scortbot. Scortbot is a functioning functioning system. Look at that. I don't type 8 point. Oh, you're eating points. I can't eat points, but you can eat points. Why is it whispering? It shouldn't fucking be whispering. This bot is a mess. I updated Scortbot. Hold on. Keep the peace, yeah, right? Hold on. Where is, yeah, viewers by points. Okay. How come I don't have any fucking points? How come I only have 100 points? Hey, how come my fucking points doesn't carry over whenever I change my username? How come I only have 100 points? I'm the damn streamer. Giving myself all the fucking points. There. I've given myself all the points. Here, hold on. I'm gonna add a window real quick. I'm gonna add a window. Look at that. Look at that. I gave myself all the fucking points. Fuck you, dude. Alternatively, I can always go over here, hit actions, and... Oh fuck, I'm so sorry! Oh no, I'm so sorry! Oh, I'm so sorry! Well, time to ban myself for spam! Sorry, I don't have my bot connected, so I just connected myself as the bot. The value point has plummeted, you're right. Oh man, looking at the points menu too. Oh no! I can't do it. It keeps giving me an error message whenever I try to sort via points. Oh my god, who is that? Okay, I can't. Oh man, giveaways. Yeah, hold on, giveaway for enable. Yeah, for point reduction. Permission to start giveaways. Just caster. Yeah, anybody. Now just 100. We took your points away. Let's see. Chat both. Command entry permissions. Everyone. Let me make Scortbot bigger. Okay. So then, select user. Hey, you guys need to enter. Cost none. Max entries. All. No, just one. Just one. I don't need you guys spamming the chat with commands exclamation point enter. All right, everybody. For point reduction, everybody, come on. You know you can only enter once. Can I enter myself? I can't enter myself. Holy shit. I'm not allowed to enter. I think that's everybody. I think that's all the viewers right now. Yeah?
I'm gonna run the store. Would you take the dog out?
Yeah, I'll take the dog out. Can I extend the timer? I don't know if I can extend the timer. Extend the giveaways. Is very good not working? I took my headphones off. Okay, who's gonna get it? 2, 1. Who won? Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. All right, viewers, let's find you. There you are. You did it. You did it. All right. I think something's very messed up with this. Yeah, but you won the tournament of reducing points. Let's see. How was it? It was. Look, now you get to see this. I can't remember the point stuff. Currency points. Oh yeah, because you didn't claim? Okay, that means I have to give you back your points because you didn't claim the fake. That means... There you go. You take all the points? Okay, here, hold on. I do have to get up real quick. Oh wait, I should just close out a Scortbot. I am a fool. I do have to get up real quick though to take my dog out real quick. I don't want you guys looking at the fucking Scortbot. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna add an image real quick for you guys to look at while I'm up. It's gonna be... It's gonna be this. You guys get to look at this while I'm gone. I know it already says BRB down there, but you get 2 BRB screens, okay? So, don't be mean while I'm gone. I'm gonna get up to take my dog out, because she needs out. Goodbye. Goodbye. Behave. Behave.
Wind Talker 55 loves Frog Mama. Elizabeth Video loves Frog Mama. Elizabeth Video loves Frog Mama.
Okay, you guys have been good. Okay, I see. I see we've come back to
Video loves Frog
the
Mama.
frog moment. Oh Lord. Did Carnby not work? Carnby should have done a very good. And that should have activated. Hey, Elizabeth, Michael, I have you two in the chat. I know and trust you guys. I've given you guys the moderator privileges. Of course I know and trust you guys. Jeez. Would you guys be interested, and I'll also ask Mike, in Mario Party 7, where we look at the bots just go hog wild, and we just sit there and commentate on it? I'm gonna ask Mike right now while I have the BRB. Is there like a... Oh yeah, we've got the... I'm gonna add everybody. I was thinking like later tonight if that's possible. It's like 5 right now. Do that at one point. Okay. Okay, I went and added everybody. As long as you're done before 11 p.m. to midnight. What time is it now for you? Cause I'd be 100% willing to... Shit, I gotta get Briggs off the screen. That's right, fuck. It's 6. You want it? Hey. Oh shit. Oh shit. Why did, the audio just cut out? There it is. 1 a.m. Why is it 1 a.m. for you, dude? Go to sleep. Would you want to do, is it, actually, I'll probably wait for Mike real quick to, say yay, nay, because I still have to set that up and everything. But, if he says yes, would it be good for tonight? Mike's busy dad. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's a busy dad right now, isn't he? Might not. Okay. Let me figure out where I've put that. I'm sorry, I meant to play, like, Vampire the Masquerade, but then instead I was like, hey, let's fuck around instead of playing Vampire the Masquerade. Documents. Where's my video games at? Because I put it in the wrong game folder, unfortunately.
Elizabeth Video loves Frog Mama.
I'm glad you love Frog Mama, because honestly, I'm never playing Frogger the Great Quest ever again. Except that's a huge lie, because I'm going to play it later today. I'm joking. I'm joking. Hey! Oh, I was like, why are you scratching at the door? It's open. Okay. Let's get back to the video game right now, though. Would it be... Oh my god, the audio's... Okay, there it goes. It was like, the audio's not fucking working. Would it be good for tonight? Or should we wait for Mario Party 7 bot viewing? Because I'm more than willing to switch over to that. Okay. Actually stream again, honestly. Let's, because I started early just in case I wanted to actually do something later tonight. Such as Mario Party 7 bot viewing. 725. Astroneer stream tonight. If only Astroneer would work, because it's having the same issue that Monster Hunter World was having a while ago, where it would load up, like the game would actually get up, but it wouldn't load. You could do it tonight or another day. Okay. Can I just... Oh wait, hold on. Okay. No, where's the kill command? Oh, get out of here. The kill command is not showing up. Sumi tried validating files and all that jazz. I installed it brand new, so yeah. Well, I guess I'm just not gonna bother with you, dude. Oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. It may just be also a thing where it just doesn't want to work in windowed mode. Radfuratish, please don't get stuck on a goddamn bar stool. Radfuratish is a goddamn god. You see that shit? You see that shit? I hate Radfuratish so much. Hold on.
You had to kill him, didn't you? It's part of your code of survival.
God, this looks like shit.
And before you attempt to deceive me, you should know I'm monitoring your heat signature. It's room temperature.
It's room temperature. Wow, I'm pretty sick, huh? You have no idea who you're dealing with, buddy.
If at all anyone here is in the dark, so to speak, it is you.
It's true. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know who I am or how I know what I do. But I have been observing you since you entered Chinatown.
Yeah, which one would you guys rather do though tonight, if possible? Astroneer or Mario Party? And you also know that I'm going to kill you.
If you'd like to make an attempt, you'll find me at the Fu Syndicate.
Fu Syndicate, okay.
I'm a very busy individual. Please, do not keep me waiting long.
Okay. I guess I have to ask who you are.
You may refer to me as the Mandarin.
Mandarin, okay.
You are searching for one of your kind, I understand. I have him at my facility. Come to the Fu Syndicate building. We will discuss terms of release.
This looks like shit. I'm coming. Don't equip the clock though. Okay, good, you didn't. Trying to see where they're at. Okay, so I hear you right there. I just need— okay. Ooh. Ooh. All I needed to do was make it to the door. Okay. Okay. Alright, everybody, I've done it. Okay, I think this is the Fu Syndicate building, right? Yeah. Look at that! We were making good progress tonight. Hey, can I borrow that? No? Okay. Alright. Jeez. Can't have nothing in Detroit? I love that meme so much. That's a really good meme. Motherfuckers rotating my cat. Can't have nothing in Detroit. Oh, game saved. Okay, good. Hey,
So
man.
glad you finally decided to show up. If you want to meet your comrade, walk through those doors.
Think you scare me? I'm coming. I'm coming into a big old trap, dude.
Good.
Good.
I am told you are a rather resourceful individual.
Yes, I am.
This should make you a most intriguing specimen.
Yeah.
You and your kind may play
Oh,
mortals
blood
for
heal.
weaklings and fools,
This one's not. Oh.
and that may be fitting for some. But you underestimate
This is
me.
real fun. I love knowing Radfuratish is about to fucking die.
Subject is male. Appearance
Yeah, I
suggests
am.
early to late 20s. True age unknown.
It's mid-20s actually. If you want your thing.
As with the other, there are no vitals.
Hold on. Can I not?
No heartbeat.
Okay.
No body heat. Test chamber air sample is 97% carbon monoxide.
Look at this.
Normal
I could
respiration
just do
cannot take
this.
place. Subject is by all definition clinically dead.
Look at this.
Hello in there. I'm going to run some tests on you. I'm interested in how you work, but only because it's my
Yeah.
task to
Can
find
you,
the most efficient way to kill your kind. Please.
Can I open? Can you
give
open
me
the door?
everything you've got.
Okay,
Begin
dude.
the experiment. Test chamber has been filled with ultraviolet light, releasing moderate UV radiation. Does that burn at all?
No. Oh my fucking god! No, I'm healing.
Subject exhibits no sign of pain or even physical discomfort.
Yeah, I'm wearing my
Shut down
really
the
good
lights.
T-shirt actually.
Conclusion, UV radiation does not produce the desired effect.
No.
Please, move on to the next
Right,
chamber.
thank you.
Your kind is resolved. If you cooperate, I will
Oh,
give you
there's a
dog
laser
for
right
your
there.
good behavior. I find my subjects
Okay.
prefer dog blood over the rats. The walls are reinforced concrete, several
Okay.
feet thick. There is no other exit. Believe me, it is my design.
All right. So you just want me to get through the lasers? Is that it? Okay, well, alright. Bruh. Bruh. Is that it? You really just... Oh my god, hey, I'm gonna quick save just in case those things like kill you automatically and I have to redo this whole thing because I really don't want to redo the whole entire thing. Oh my god, I don't want to have to sit there and wait, be like, Radfuratish is going to
Only the
die.
most
Ow.
simple creatures can survive dismemberment. I am told you can regenerate parts of your body. I'd much like to observe this.
Oh.
I wonder how many limbs.
So
can
you just want me to
lose
do
before you
this?
cease to function?
I can't be dismembered, dude. Oh wait, hold on, I know what they're wanting. You want this, right? You want this hand? Okay, for real, I guess you're just wanting me to do this. Just stand there and get beat up, huh? Oh shit! My thick ass broke the machine! Skyrim torture chamber. You're right. Radfuratish' juicy ass just broke his stupid machine. Bruh, what are you supposed to— Okay, there we go. Actually, I think no, let's get through this first before we switch over. Otherwise, it'd be kind of weird coming back to this, you know. Ow.
Only the most simple creatures can survive dismemberment.
Again!
I am told you can regenerate parts of your
Come on.
body. I'd much like to observe this. I wonder how many limbs can you lose before you cease to function?
I don't know what he's wanting in here. I don't know. Which one do you guys want? I'm still trying to decide. I'm still trying to figure out. I don't even know what this whole test chamber is about. Cause like, I'm either dying or I'm sitting here breaking the machine with my thick ass. Yeah, yawn. Do I just sit here and wait? Dude. What if I crouch? Lord, that kills you so fast. You think I need to break the power boxes? Can I shoot? Lord, no, he can't. Radfuratish doesn't know how to hold a fucking gun. Well, I guess I'm gonna use my juicy ass to my advantage.
The most simple creatures can survive dismemberment.
Hold on.
I am you can regenerate parts of your
Holy
body.
shit.
I'd much like to observe this. I wonder how
Can I break the
many
machine?
limbs can you lose before you cease to function?
Oh shit. Okay, Radfuratish can shoot. That's a proven fact.
Shown great resilience so far. Let's see how you do against some live targets. Proceed to the next.
Shit. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh no. No, no. Oh no. Radfuratish, you absolute buffoon. How? Oh shit, I hit the Windows button. Sorry everybody, I hit the Windows button. Lord, good lord. Hold on. I love this video game. Have I ever said that I love Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines? Have I ever mentioned that to anybody?
Oh.
Cause I love it. Damn, I'm gonna have to fucking no clip.
Oh.
Fucking get me out of here. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, sorry everybody, I'm sorry.
Sometimes myths are constructed around legitimate observations. Let us find out if there's any truth in an
Okay,
old superstition.
sorry, he got stuck.
Initiate Van
Oh
Helsing
my god,
experiment.
okay, there.
Does that hurt?
The
I'd rather
fuck?
the experiment didn't end here. Please, don't disappoint me.
Oh, I'm supposed to just sit here and let the dude... Hey, can I punch this? I mean, I'm not gonna beat you up. I'm sorry, I don't want to. I don't want to beat that man up. Ow. Okay, dude. Do your job. I'm allowing you to do your job. Man, I think your guy's borked. I think I borked this whole test chamber by getting stuck in that one. Man, I don't want to kill this dude. Hey dude, hold on, I'm gonna punch him real
Van
quick.
Helsing hypothesis tests false.
Oh, so you wanted me to punch him? For real? Okay. Now what? You want me to- do you just- hey, I'm gonna eat this man, actually. Yeah, yawn while I just eat this person. Alright, good shit. Tasted good.
Well, when God fails, put your faith in the gun. Proceed, Commander.
Okay, so...
The men are veterans.
Holy shit.
The
Oh yeah,
weapon
that's
model-
right. I get incredibly stuck.
Refined incendiary rounds are promising.
Oh my
Suggest
god.
peace.
This sucks, dude.
What is it doing?
Crouching! I'm crouching, you absolute fool. Look at this. Yeah, move. Move. If you can't shoot me, move. Radfuratish, I'm going to allow you to use your gun. No, keep your t-shirt on though. Radfuratish, it's actually pretty terrifying how good you are with this gun. Considering I took all your stats. Here, hold on, where's his firearms? Range combat, too. It's only because he has perception. He's got no firearms. I need to get rid of one of you guys, though. Radfuratish. I know I said it was pretty impressive, Radfuratish, but I'm starting to take that back. Okay. I'm gonna blood heal again and go back to my fist. Okay. That should be good enough to get me over here and around here. Oh, you're really for real not gonna let me heal or eat this man? Okay then. Protein. Yeah, you just can't feed off of them. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch over to, I guess, Astroneer. Because you can't eat anybody in this video game, as it turns out. Mario Party 7. I'm gonna just check to make sure everything worked right there. Look at that beautiful, beautiful screen. I'm gonna see if I can get Astroneer working. I should actually, hold on, just change the fucking tickers and all that, huh? It is stream info. Yeah, I should add her right now. Hopefully it's just because it was in windowed mode and that's all that's breaking. Astroneer. There it is. There's Astroneer. Done. I'm keeping the no, let me keep the fucking PvP tag, dude. Okay, you did. I'm keeping the PvP tag because Twitch is just a PvP enabled zone. And you can't tell me otherwise. I should also change the YouTube. Where is YouTube? Edit YouTube. I don't even think this worked. Hold on. Yeah, it didn't even work on YouTube. Like, it's streaming to YouTube, but like, it didn't update the video details. So I guess I'm going to have to deal with that later. I'll just deal with it later, whatever. Okay, Astroneer. Give me the full screen version and see if it works. Yeah, it does that. And then, yeah, it gives me the copyright details. Then the loading screen, hopefully it doesn't crash. Or just hang. I love the fact that I'm having unstable bitrate. It tells me I'm live, but I'm getting unstable bitrate. It's okay though, it's good median. Yeah, just deciding to hang, huh? I'm gonna give it a bit. For now, I'm going to pop the dashboard out real quick while I look up Astroneer. Not working. Of course, you've got to add a little bit more than that or else it's not going to do it. The stack loading screen. There you go. That's what I need, baby. Don't tell me to update anything. Oh, are you fucking for real? Hold on. Right click. Properties. Local files. Browse local files, baby. So Astroneer. What fucking... What do you want me to do? I'm gonna remove all the fucking legals. What the fuck kind of video game is this where I have to remove the legal intro videos? And it's just logos. No, please God, don't load them in. Oh my God, I don't want you playing videos. Okay, I don't want you playing videos. Windowed mode. Give me the windowed, baby. And then I'll look at Astroneer on this window. Oh, it immediately just says not responding. That's some good shit. Okay, so this one is bust. I love... Don't you love this? Okay, so that's not a solution. Look, I just... There it goes! There it goes! Hey fellas! I just had to move the video, like remove the videos and then put them back in and that fixed it. I got it, baby! I'm getting more than just this icon right here. Okay, I should also, studio mode so then you don't look at me trying to get the game window working. Where is Astroneer? Here's Astroneer. Okay, you guys get Astroneer now. Look at that, you get Astroneer. I'm gonna invite Elizabeth. And everybody, look at how beautiful this is. Look at how beautiful this is. It's so new. How's the audio? Is the audio a little loud to you guys? Or is it good compared to my voice like this? Because I think this is about as loud as I'm personally going to get on average. But it's sounding a little bit loud on my end. Hopefully a little loud, okay. Maybe that's better, but we're gonna have to see whenever it starts getting loud again. Okay. Co-op. Lizard. Yes, lad. What the fuck? Friends? Oh no, that's me. I'm so sorry. That's me rubbing up against the mic. I guess it's start a new adventure game, right? And then this is just to join friends. Skip tutorial and start the adventure. Yeah, what color do I want? Do I want terrain suit? I think I want terrain suit. But flight suit's really good. Let's do this with fish. I wish I had this one, but it's locked. Silva. Astro Recruit. Bit of blue. There's hats in this game. I'm gonna go with Peach Oasis just because Peach Oasis looks really good. What's the orbital blue? Does silver look better or gold? I think silver looks better right now. I don't have any hats. So, there it is. There's me. Yeah, let's go on ahead. Is the game still good? Volume-wise? It should be, but it... You know, you never know. It's still good. Okay, so I already saw a cube. Look at this. I haven't played Astroneer in forever, as a heads up, so... Oh lord. So far, it's good? Okay. I may turn it down a little bit more. No, yeah, a little bit more. I turned it down a little bit more. And then how do I add my friends? Hey, customization. I can invite a friend. I think this is the correct friend. I only know one person who would put their name as Lizard. So, did that send out, or do I need to go through Steam and invite you guys? I've got options. Okay, there's you. You're in game. No, I want low. Fucking medium. Low. Yeah. Okay. I'm streaming. I can't do this. Okay. Alright, so that's my dog back there, as you could probably figure that out. Oh shit, yeah dude. Look at that. Okay. Trying to figure out how to... Oh hey, it's got a fucking compass now, that's good. Okay, hey there. Oh shit, I'm not connected, hold on. Yeah. Can you give that to me? Thanks. Hey, you landed right on top of my fucking fly pad. Hey. How do you emote? Oh, there we go. Just... Damn. Hold on. Cause, she's offline, or, do not disturb on Discord. So I'm gonna send her a message via Steam. Oh, okay, she replied. Few minutes, okay. Yeah, she replied just now, okay. Okay, she will come in a little later. Oh, okay. How was it that I got my fucking gun out? There it is, okay. Look at that, there we are. That's how you do it. Organic. Hold on, okay, sorry, okay, I'll stop messing around, sorry. I'm also... should probably also get into the... get in a call. I guess. I don't think Kat's in my Discord actually, is she? No, it doesn't look like it. Do I get in the Mossware? Where are we gonna convene? Cause I would convene in Mossware, but like... I don't want random people who are just in the Mossware server coming in specifically, so I guess right now I'll just go into the live channel in my Discord. And I will also go to studio mode, and so then I can set up the Discord voice. There's a locked room on Moss. Okay. Can I invite Michael into it? I'm like having issues just doing everything. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I'll go into the streaming. Gamers gaming, he can't even get in. And I can't seem to move him. I don't have permissions to move him into the streaming, unfortunately. I don't have mod permissions. I'm just a goblin. Here you are. Okay, so now then I will start setting up the voice stuff. Sorry, that's my dog. I'll start setting this up. Why is there no chat for this? This is fucking weird. Window capture. I guess I have to do this again. Give me a moment while I set this up. Because this is kind of a thing that I have to set up by myself. Hello, can I hear you?
Oh yeah, unmuted.
I should probably actually open you up in the Chrome, so that I can control that, your audio, because you guys are going to be quiet. Hold on, let me open up Discord in Chrome real quick. Log in, please. I can't remember my login credentials for Discord.
Well, don't show them on stream.
Well, you guys don't look. You guys can't look at this. Oh, log in with QR.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Why not?
That was proven to like be a very bad idea. There's like ways that people just by using the QR thing, you can easily like it can be used to get into people's accounts very easily.
Oh, that's interesting. What the fuck?
There was some like weird thing on it a while back, but I remember seeing like enough to say like, oh yeah, just don't get in with QR.
As long as you don't show anyone the QR. It's like automatically there, you can't shut that off. That's okay. I'm not like showing the Discord just yet. Okay, so this will be a gamble, by the way, with how this sounds, I guess. So, give me a bit. I'm going to switch over to Discord on Chrome. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? No, cannot hear me. Hold on. Listen video. I want. Oh, because you're connecting to the wrong fucking. Allow. You're connecting to the wrong device. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you can hear me now. Oh, but it's really shitty.
How do I sound? I turned crisp on.
You turned crisp on. I don't get crisp in the Discord Chrome.
Oh, that's a shame.
Okay, so now then, this is gonna be brand new to me and how this works, so give me a moment. Browser, I think it was. Okay. Control audio via OBS.
Elizabeth, I know. Like, we were
fucking around with that last night.
We were fucking around with Crisp, and one of our friends, to test it out,
Okay.
turned it on, and several of the things that she had done to test it were clap in front of the mic, it didn't pick it up, open a bag of chips in front of the mic, it didn't pick it up, just a bunch of, like, horribly loud stuff, and it did not pick any of it up. It is crazy how well it works, but it really does eat your quality. It is cool.
Interact. Okay, that's how I do this.
It'll be even cooler if they can manage to get it to work like that without, like, eating your quality up. I know that's probably a lot to ask for, but... eh.
Give me a bit, I'm doing this.
Take your time, dude.
Everybody can see the game window still, so it doesn't matter.
I can entertain them. Here, let me get over there so I can entertain them.
Oh, I put in the wrong one. Ha ha ha.
Haha.
Okay, there's that. Okay, so I'm probably gonna have to reconnect via OBS. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh no. It doesn't work. It doesn't work properly because I can't enable like the microphone usage. Oh my goodness. This is fantastic. I love this. I love this so fucking much. How do I grant access to my fucking microphone? In OBS. I don't think I can just do this. I don't think it's gonna let me do this, so remove that. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to fuck around with everything. Start speaking a little bit. Okay, I think that's good. I'm gonna turn down the game audio here in a bit, everybody, don't worry. Just let me add some filters to this. Okay. Oh, wow, that is huge and big. I don't need it huge and big.
Is it pointing?
No, absolutely fucking not. Okay, there we go. Alright, took me a bit. Colors are really nice on there, though. I'm glad that this turned out as nice as it did as far as the chat window and everything. Okay, well, I'm gonna exit out of this since I don't need that. Okay. Alright, I'm here for real this time.
Oh.
Holy shit, you've already done a lot.
Nah, I just got a little bit of compound. I gave you some tethers.
Oh,
so
thank you for putting some tethers on my back, dude.
You can wander off, get lost.
Now I
like
can go
am
get
about to
lost.
do.
Oh lord, hold on, let me check. Am I dropping frames? No. That's just the display. Okay. That's just how the display is being. Oh my god! Why'd you make this pit, dude?
I needed to get materials.
You just left like a triangle or a diamond. That's a diamond. Oh my god. I know shapes. How do I set tethers down? It's T, right?
Yes, T for tether.
T for tether. Alright, thank you. Hey everybody. Deforestation, baby. Look, oh my god, the character looked over to the trees falling over. That's so nice. I ain't gonna tilt this one down though. I want that. I want that. I fucking want that. No, get out here. I love that it's out of early access. That is sarcastic, and I apologize. That's kind of mean.
Seth bullies indie developers live on stream.
When am I not doing that? Like, that's just how it works.
I forget, it was Right to Hell AAA.
I fucking don't know. I think
like it
not.
was supposed to be.
I don't think. Yeah, it was supposed to be, but it's not. AAA.
I'm winning.
You are winning. What's wrong with you?
I have a chronic illness designated gamer.
Hey, will you play my gacha games for me and roll me good hunks?
I have given up on gacha. Dude, I'm so upset because I just saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye passing by and I was like, oh shit, balloon.
You need to stop playing so much Animal Crossing. Oh my god. Let me turn my lamp on. There you go. So I have a lamp.
I've waited for literal years for this.
I'm aware. You need to not play so much though. It's not a game you're supposed to play in one big sitting.
I'm not. I'm doing it in medium sittings across every single day.
It's supposed to be something you just check in on. You do a little bit here. You do a little bit there. You don't do everything all in one fucking day, dude.
Yeah, what has confused me?
Like, honestly, I get that it's supposed to be a nice little calming game, but like, it stresses me out so much with the like fucking events that they got going on. Isn't that why you quit Gacha?
No, I quit it. I quit Gacha because Gacha was rigged. Animal Crossing isn't rigged.
Animal Crossing is rigged. I'm sorry to say, Animal Crossing is rigged.
Why would you slander Animal Crossing?
I'm going to slander Animal Crossing because it needs optimizations as far as like usability.
Well, you don't need to slander it for that. You can just say it.
I'm slandering it.
I don't know why you gotta be so aggressive here.
Because I've been aggressive for the past 2 days. I've been using fucking green text, for fuck's sake. Okay. I don't think this was supposed to be a game that you play with a mic.
A mic?
Yeah, like through Discord. I think this is supposed to be a game that you just play with somebody and not like talk.
I can see that.
Did you already eat everything out of here? Yeah, you already ate everything out of here. I love this peach suit though. I love the way this looks. How many more tethers do I have? None. I can't make any more because you sucked up all the compound in the area.
That's why I'm getting more to bring home. So I can suck it up and you won't be able to use it.
I guess I gotta go home and use the stuff we have at home. Is that compound over there? I think that's compound over there.
That was kind of the point of bringing it home so we could use it.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware.
Silly Billy.
I love how compound looks like earwax. Stop giving me organic resin.
I'm sorry, I can't really think of anything witty or funny to say to that.
Of course you can't. Oh hey, a cart. It's got power cells on it.
I'm just... I don't know why you said that. You didn't need to.
No, I don't need to say a lot of things, Michael, as you've already known. I've said a lot of things that I probably shouldn't say. That I really don't have to say.
Fancy pants.
Say that again. I did not hear you, like, for real.
Like snatched waist fancy pants.
Well, I said that because Jacob reminded me of Snatched Waist Lug. And I was thinking about that really hard because I couldn't get it out of my head, and it was like, well, okay. I guess I'm thinking about this now, huh? I gotta say, I think one thing I would have definitely improved on Astroneer is how long you can be away from tethers. Or a oxygen source in general.
Yeah. You could always make oxygen tanks.
Shut up. I know you're right.
Agree.
You're right.
I agree though. I agree though. Who uses oxygen tanks? That's stupid.
How do I build tethers? Oh, I have resin. That's resin that I have. That's right. It's different.
I'm bringing you compound.
No, I need compound.
That's really just.
I got a little mixed up by
Alright, I'll bring you
myself.
resin.
I'm sorry,
Alright,
that was me.
I'll bring you resin then.
Alright, thank you. I got a little mixed up right then and there. I'm glad I stopped playing Vampire the Masquerade for this.
Radfuratish's refusal of using a dang gun gets him killed.
It really did. Okay, so yeah, make a tether bundle. I'm gonna make 2 tether bundles.
Good idea.
There
Good
we go.
thinking.
I found that energy, or that power cell. So,
There's a bunch of stuff.
thank you.
Go wild.
You know I will. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna grab a few of these.
What the
Just
hell is
because-
Elsa gotten herself wrapped up into? I saw her launch the game.
She said it would be a bit.
Eh.
Plus, Astroneer does take a bit to load.
Mm.
At least for me it did. For me the game had to crash twice, so... Oh shit, I need to get down there. What was it to... Oh, I don't have that yet, I don't think. Was that an upgrade? The flattening land? Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a new one that's an even better flattening land.
Good. Because that's what I need right now is...
You can flatten land by pressing Alt down. If you have a, you need a ground storage tank.
Damn, I don't got that.
You can make it with resin.
What the fuck? Is that just organic material that I found? That's just organic material. That's okay. I'm gonna start digging down. Oh fuck yeah, dude. Digging down paid off. Oh lord.
Fine.
Hold on, let me destroy a few things I found. Oh yes, gimme, gimme, gimme. Which one is this again? Sphalerite.
I don't know what that is.
You shouldn't. You don't need to. Okay. I like destroying things in this game. It feels really good. Feels really good just to fuck things up. I mean, it probably shouldn't, but it does. Shit.
Seth be like global warming.
Global warming.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Hell yeah, dude. Take a little bit of that. Organic. Stop giving me organic, dude. More resin, baby. I don't need no earwax macaroni though, so... if they fixed like the inside of caves or not.
How so?
Remember whenever we were on multiplayer and we kept getting stuck in everything?
Oh yeah.
I wonder if they fixed that. Hello,
Hello.
it's Elizabeth. She's here.
I'm here.
She's here. Hello.
I'm here.
She's alive. She's gone.
Oh yeah, that's right. I had to turn the game volume down, but I completely forgot to do that.
Good job. Good job.
Good job. Wonderful streamer. This still doesn't beat the time where I played Dark Souls for a good 10-15 minutes and didn't switch to the game.
I feel like everyone who's streamed has done something similar to that.
I think I've done that before. I'm pretty sure I've done that before.
Hey everybody, I'm having this really intense battle in Dark Souls 2.
No, guys, I'm totally winning. Just trust me.
Yeah, it's basically that. But yeah, nobody got to see it because, of course, I was a fool and didn't realize that my stream was not on the window.
When are we going to do multiplayer Dark Souls with everyone here?
Can you even play Dark Souls in multiplayer?
It kind of.
If we all open up Parsec.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like a fucking nightmare.
It is.
It is.
We can both tell you, just it is.
Have you tried it?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh god. Alright, I'm almost set up here. My stream is up.
Oh, you're streaming. Hell yeah. Let me.
I need to do it. This wasn't a good reason to force myself to stream.
I want to open up your stream now, so let me open up Discord so then I can open up your stream.
Don't do that. That's not a good idea.
No, it's not, because it's gonna fuck up the stream window. Yeah, put your fucking info in so then I can open it up. Let me duplicate the game. Hold on.
Alright, there we go. I think I have everything good now.
Okay.
Alright, I need to start streaming, but on a different streaming platform.
Yeah, we need one person on each fucking platform. We need somebody on Mixer, somebody on Twitch, somebody on YouTube.
I'm on Twitch and YouTube. Does that count, or do I need to do exclusively YouTube?
You need exclusive one of them. That's
I can't do exclusive YouTube because there's freaks on YouTube. I'm so sorry if you the single person on YouTube who's watching me. I'm so sorry. There are freaks on YouTube and you fucking know it.
It's true.
It's true.
What do you, I think there's more freaks on Twitch than there is on YouTube.
It's because they're more active on Twitch. But what, Elizabeth, once you get somebody on YouTube, you get somebody on YouTube.
Listen.
What does that mean?
It's horrible.
Okay.
Let's see,
I'm hearing.
The people on YouTube, they lurk.
That's not a bad thing.
No, I like them lurking. Lurking people are fine.
On Twitch. The people on Twitch lurk.
Yeah, that's fine. But, Lord. Hey, why isn't this fucking capturing Firefox?
Firefox doesn't exist.
Firefox really doesn't exist because it's just giving me a white fucking screen. Hold on, let me try something else.
I guess I should actually join the game. I was literally just sitting there staring at the Astroneer menu screen.
It's a really good mini screen though.
I mean Astroneer apparently, but imagine going to a stream like, oh yeah, you know what would have been hilarious is if like one of the big name streamers like Vinny or whatnot, like when Animal Crossing New Horizons came out and they were streaming it, they just streamed like the title screen for like 3 hours.
Let's see. What suit do I want? Oh, I want to be thick. Hell yeah.
Hell yes. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Wrong image.
Thank you for the subscription. 3 months. 3 months of no streaming. Amazing. What skin do I want to use? I want this one.
Okay, let's see. I have to do one
I
more
want to
thing.
be orange.
I need to add text. Okay.
My desk. I should have cleaned my desk. It's a fucking disaster.
I want to get a desk for like a personal work desk. Because I have this desk that I'm using, but this is like, you know, gaming computer. I have no place for my fucking crummy little work laptop. And it's starting to get annoying.
I am hearing a fucking echo.
Oh no.
Hold on.
An echo of what?
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I hear.
Hold on. I see what it is. I forgot to mute your stream.
Fucking crisp.
Crisp. Crisp is a good thing. Don't be mean to it.
Hold on.
Hello? Hello?
OBS.
Just do what I do and never update it. Don't tell Seth I said that.
I'm going to fucking rot, dude.
Is my
You are cutting out real bad, dude.
What are you saying? You keep cutting out.
No, he's cutting out on my end too.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Is it good? Is it good? Hello? Hello?
What's happening?
Am I
You're
alive?
sobbing almost.
Am I alive?
If they didn't know what your laugh sounded like, I'd think you were just kind of sobbing to yourself.
Because I am right now. Oh, no wonder I fucked this up. Oh my god, I fucked it up.
How?
I fucked up the window. Oh my god.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Bear
I'm
with
okay.
me here, chat.
Hold on. Where the fuck is Astroneer? Why can't I get the
Oh my god, OBS.
We're both having just issues, and I'm
We
here
are.
for it. I'm here for this. I can't capture the game. It's not wanting to show up in the actual game listing. Hold on, is this gonna work? Oh my god, please. I love OBS so fucking much, everybody.
Okay. I accidentally muted myself in game. And it just, or in OBS, and it just fucked everything up. I hate that I can hear myself.
Isn't there an option to turn that off in OBS?
What?
Hear
No, I hear myself through somebody else's mic.
I don't know who it is, because
Is
can't
it-
be me. I have headphones.
It's one of you fuckers. And I don't know who.
Do you, hey, do you have the stream muted?
Yeah, I don't even have Firefox open.
Okay. I
No,
have-
the OBS stream.
What do you mean?
Doesn't it like
No, it
replay audio
doesn't.
through OBS?
No, not unless you tell it to.
Yeah, no.
Want me to mute for a little bit and so you can chat and see if it's me?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, hello. It's him. It's
Oh,
definitely.
shit. Poor Michael. Hold on, I gotta refresh the fucking dashboard real quick. I'm sorry this
Yeah,
my
this
stream.
is a disaster on both of our ends.
This is a nightmare.
I'm used to life just being a nightmare, you know?
This is horrible. I can't get the game capture to work.
I just... Look, I'm trying to set up a button that I can just quick mute myself, so if I need to, like, say something to chat, like, I can... That way I'm not being obnoxious to you guys.
You should be obnoxious to us. Be obnoxious. Dude.
But then, like, I was an idiot, and I was like, oh, I'll just set it in OBS, and I realized how little sense that makes.
I just made myself so no one can hear me.
Oh my god, I'm dying. This is it. I'm on my last leg.
We both are right now. Alright, that's it. The end of streaming in general. No more Twitch.
How do I...
Add
okay,
a scene.
here.
Add an existing scene. Okay, everybody, I put Kat's window on stream as well. Now you can see what she's doing.
Wait, what?
Alright, everybody. Alright, everybody. Studio mode off. Alright, everybody. I don't know how I'm gonna actually do this. Hold on.
Okay, there we go. I got it set up the way I wanted to. Jesus Christ, that was a lot worse than it should have been.
Okay, everybody, you can also see Kat's stream on my stream. It's not the best setup, but it is a setup. Let me actually move my window down a little bit and move the mouse wire up to the top. Okay, this is some guerrilla style stuff, but you know, it gets the point across. Okay. Alright.
I don't even know how well this game is gonna run on my computer.
You're gonna have to go into the options and set it down to low automatically because it set mine to ultra. It just set it to fucking ultra.
I set it down to like high medium, so I'm just gonna put it down to all medium.
I set it down to fucking low. It looks the same. Kat, I'm just gonna tell you right now, it looks the same.
The lighting is different, okay?
Shut up. Shut up. I don't care.
Alright, I don't remember a goddamn thing about this game.
Oh yeah?
So I'm probably just wasted space. What the fuck happened here?
I have to get up real quick to feed my cats. I'll be back.
Okay, this is a good stream.
It's a fantastic stream. I've already had to get up once.
Why is there like a broken car here? So I'm also testing a new audio or new stream setup with 2 computers. So it should be streaming at 720 60 FPS. I genuinely don't remember how to play this game. How do I suck? There. I guess I don't suck. I can only... Oh, that makes it flat, and then that raises it. Just a cat. Because I tested this the other day, and it was working beautifully. Yeah, like I'm not dropping any frames or anything. But having another computer doing some of the streaming is great. You don't have any tanks to store build grist. What the fuck is build grist? Isn't that from like what's it called? Homestuck. Isn't that Homestuck? So I'm told I need to play Homestuck in order to play this game.
It's lies! Am I still echoing for you?
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
No, you're not.
Okay, very good.
Why are there just broken down vehicles all over the place?
Because you can destroy them later for resources and money. You can get the fat stacks.
Like, I haven't played this in so long that
So I have a surprise for you.
I'm sure a lot has changed.
You know you need to make a canister to store your earth so you can build, right?
No, but I was told that from chat. I don't know how to do that.
Go get some yellow stuff.
Excuse you?
You know, yellow stuff.
I move so fucking slow.
Just because you're holding that.
How do you know? Are you spying on me?
No, I have a gift.
What's the gift? An orb. Oh my god, what's happening to me?
Ball.
What is that?
Ball.
Alright. I figured I'd bring this back, you know. We might need it.
Yeah.
Just cat losing his fucking mind.
There you go.
Yeah, they do that.
Alright, how do I make things?
Okay, so go get some of the yellow stuff that should be around in our base.
Okay.
Get some? Okay,
Yep.
you can press Q to open your inventory.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then
Small canister.
Okay.
Yeah,
I hope you enjoyed the cat if you heard her.
we did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm here though.
You're also
It takes so much just to make one canister.
you're gonna use that to make some tethers.
What if I don't want it?
Though you can suffocate them.
Good. Just what I like.
Just what I needed.
I've got us some sphalerite, everybody.
Singular.
A single bean.
That is cool.
A single baked bean. 467 to collect.
Does it look like Gandalf though?
No! You know.
Point.
This motherfucker's never played a town with no name and it shows.
I can't say I have either.
Isn't that the give me a drink bar?
Yes, it is! I can't
I mean,
believe
I
you
know
haven't-
what the game is.
I
but-
can't believe you haven't played it yet. I need to stream that. I need to stream every bad game imaginable.
Do you know?
Yes, I do. I've already 100%ed right to L Retribution. Okay.
I don't know why.
I've already played Limbo the Lost to completion.
I also don't know
Like
why.
twice. I'm playing Vampire the Masquerade, but that's bad for a different reason. That's a good kind of bad.
Good.
That's a beautiful game.
It's a good bad. It's not great. You saw my chunky ass just obliterate those fucking blades, okay?
I sure did, Seth. I sure did.
You say that like you're very upset that you witnessed it.
I'm more upset that it took you that long to figure out what the fuck you were supposed to do.
Listen, I'm not very observant.
Look, that's the streamer's curse,
Yeah,
okay?
that is the streamer's curse. If I was not
We don't know what the fuck is happening.
If I was not streaming and playing by myself, I would have gotten that first try. But
shut up, Game Grump.
You shut the hell up.
How dare you?
How come you-
dare you? That's fucking offensive,
I'm not
okay?
fucking racist, idiot. Please put it on your fucking, there you go, dude. Alright. He finally put it on his fucking pack. Alright, everybody.
Alright, how do I place my tethers?
T. Bashatiki.
Oh.
You know, for tether.
What the fuck's a tether?
Alright, I'm just gonna do what I do in Minecraft and just dig.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Seth was doing.
I did the same damn thing. Okay, I'm coming back home, everybody.
Oh no.
Yeah, you better. Oh no, I'm coming to obliterate the base.
He's got a bomb!
I've got 7.
He's gonna blow us all to hell.
I've got 7 bombs. Okay, dude. Where's the house at? There it is.
The big home icon.
You think I can see the home icon through the trees? Hey, guess what? I'm in the damn forest. I'm playing the forest over here while you guys are playing Astroneers. You two are playing Minecraft while I'm playing the forest, and it really shows.
I could see you from the base when you were
I fucked up.
You fucked up?
Yeah, I fell through the floor.
Yes, that is an
You know what?
ambition reference. You're correct.
What's ambition?
It's the Flash game.
That we were binging last night for no good reason.
We were binging it because I was
And
drawing
we were
Flash
drawing
characters
anime.
as Bishonen anime characters. Okay? Because that was my life at 3 a.m.
Because I forced you to do it.
You did not force me to do anything. I did this because I wanted to. At 3 a.m. I did.
At night.
At night. I'm surprised I woke up at 1 p.m.
I'm surprised I woke up at 12.
I'm not gonna say when I wake
Hey,
up.
when did you wake up? Hey, Kat, tell us on stream, when did you wake up?
Okay, so this is only because, you know, quarantine and stuff. I have nothing to do and nowhere to go.
Yeah, of
I wake
course.
up usually around like 2 to 3 p.m.
God, me too.
Same.
Okay, I don't feel as
Fuck
bad
yes, dude.
now.
Fuck yes, you also chose the peach coloration.
It's good.
Fucking
I just
hell
chose to
yes.
be thick.
You're right. As he should.
If you wanted to be thick, you should have chosen like a pear coloration.
Oh my
How about
god,
you
I
don't-
don't think I should show your stream on my stream because it is terribly lagged behind and horrible to look at. I'm going to
Is
remove
it?
it. Yes, I am looking at it
I
right
don't know
now
why
through
you're
OBS.
showing my stream on your stream anyway.
For fun. Do you never want to have fun in your life, Kat? Or Elizabeth? Sorry.
No, I hate fun.
Elizabeth,
You
come on.
both need to, okay, hear me
Elizabeth,
out.
why are
you
you
both
fucking
need
here?
to do face cam, okay? But you need to put each other's face cam on each other's streams, but not each other's video. So you have Seth's face cam to Kat's or to Elizabeth's stream.
This that is the dumbest
go.
but best thing. Can I have some compound?
Yeah,
No.
go ahead and pick
I
it up.
don't want organic shit. Stop putting it on me.
Okay, where is compound? Compound's the yellow shit.
don't have it.
We
No,
don't
that's
have-
resin.
Oh yeah, that's
You
right.
have compound
Here you
in
go,
your
Kat. There
backpack.
you go.
Oh, okay.
Here, here's another one.
We don't have compound. He says he's carrying bundles of compound in his arm.
Ass thrown near.
It's so dear. It's really like that though. Orby, you're not wrong.
Life is a nightmare.
They're not wrong. My ass has been launched into space before, okay?
I remember that was a very common occurrence when the game was like still early on.
It really was.
Wasn't it? I can't believe we're just 3 dipshits are sent to an uncharted planet to set up a colony.
Yeah.
It cuts us, and then we're all just going, ew, ew, ew.
No,
Ew.
it cuts to us dead, face down in a ditch. What are you talking about?
We're face down in the ditch, but we're like, you can hear a muffled,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Alright, Cat, I'm getting you some compound.
I don't need it now.
Oh, okay.
Why am I
That's
getting
how it
you
is.
compound then?
Oh yeah, no, you gave me some. I just
I'll
needed
keep it.
tethers so I can get back to my dead corpse.
Why? How'd you die?
Suffocate.
Oh, I fell down a pit.
SMH.
Oh, it's so far down.
I'm gonna do some more green text and go fell down a pit.
Stop it!
I'm on something else here lately. I can't stop green texting, and I don't even have a Reddit account. I don't even listen to Reddit. Listen to Reddit! I don't even go on Reddit.
Okay, Google Glass, read my epically cringe post for me on reddit.com.
Oh my god, I'm gonna hang myself before the stream is over.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Hey, Kat, remember when you were like, hey, I want to make a good chill stream team and invited me? I'm sorry.
And then you
looked at my stream where I was joking about drinking piss.
That was literally the first stream I joined of yours. This was just you pretending to drink piss.
As a bastard vampire who doesn't know anything.
I fucking love that how it started was I was watching you, and you were saying like all this very nice and sweet shit, like Seth's this very cool dude, and I would love to like stream with him more, and just maybe even have like a stream team with him. And without saying anything, I just clicked it. And
The game is super cute. Sorry. Yeah, look, I'm a nice person. Okay.
You are a nice person. You're too sweet to me. Elizabeth, you're way too nice to me.
You put up with both me and Seth at the same time.
Yeah, we're just chaotic, unfortunately.
It's a nice chaotic energy, though.
It really is. It makes for a good stream. Like, by myself, I'm not that great of a streamer by myself because I'm not that great with talking. Like, just by myself. I have low energy. Nothing good to talk about. And then I get with Michael here, and it's, oh no. It's just, oh no.
I'm a catalyst.
It becomes chaos. You're an enabler. You're an influencer.
I'm a resonance cascade.
No.
That's what we should do. We should do the Half-Life VR shit together.
I love that person stream so much.
If Raini's TV's streams are really good.
100%.
I've never played Half-Life, so doing the VR stuff would be very fun. A very fun and terrible first time experience for Half-Life.
Seth, I'm hungry.
There's nothing there.
God, that part.
It's getting like too scary now.
It really is. I haven't seen the
watched part
fourth one.
4.
Yeah, part 4 I haven't watched yet. I'm going to watch part 3, the full stream of part 3, then watch part 4.
I need to start watching the full streams and not just the highlights. What year is it even?
2020.
Alright, everybody, I'm coming
Alright,
back with
I
so much
have-
fucking compound. You're going to cry.
I hate living
You
in
hate
this
living?
hellhole.
Sad.
Tiger,
I just want to build a bridge.
Tiger, please tell me you didn't. Oh, oh, gross. Hold on, she threw up on my foot. Hold on. Hold on. God.
Direct action! Direct action!
Oh, I found a thing down here.
What kind of thing?
I'll tell you in a minute.
What does it look like?
Like another
No,
spaceship.
you can't get in here right now. I'm gonna clean up, throw up. Live
How
on
have you
stream,
been
Seth
doing?
cleans up
Oh, it's a
his
bit.
cat's throw up.
I'm doing good. All I do is play VR anymore, so
Ooh, gross.
here's my corpse.
Oh, you gotta slow down when you eat. Tiger, you don't have
You,
blanket privileges anymore. Neither of us can use the blanket now.
Oh my god.
Oh, I hate that this is relatable.
Alright, so I found an exodynamic research aid.
Ooh, that's cool. You should bring that back up.
How the fuck do you expect me to bring this back up?
Well, I can come help you. If
can't
I
hear you
can
if you're
figure out
talking
where
to
you
me.
are. So it's a good thing we're not talking to him.
I can't lift it.
Is it buried?
No, I just unburied it.
Oh, let me come and harass you.
I found a
not
pretty
maybe
cool
fall. I
place
could
to-
fall too. That works. This might have been Seth's tunnel.
Mine's the real shitty one.
These are both real shitty. I'm not gonna lie.
Mine's extra shitty.
Oh, jackpot! Jackpot!
Find me?
No, but I found something useful.
I found... I don't know what
I-
this is.
I might see you in the distance.
I found laterite?
I fell again!
Stop falling and stop making this sound.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm loaded on fucking laterite now. Oh, there's another thing down here. It's another exodynamic research aid.
Now I need to get to where I died.
How does it feel?
Eh. I'm used to it.
It's a very dangerous tunnel at some spots, so...
Yeah, I don't think this is up to OSHA codes. I think we passed our 5%.
I love Tommy so much. I think Tommy's my favorite.
I think Tommy's everyone's favorite.
I can see faster.
Have a soda, Mr. Freeman, that lets you see faster.
Alright, I brought up some laterite for us. It's aluminum.
I'm always squeezing the trigger, Mr. Freeman. Are you not supposed to do that? Ugh.
Alright, where are you?
sorry, I had to sneeze. I am in the caves again. I'm, as you could say, so I'm back in the mines.
Alright, I'm coming back down.
Nothing at all.
What, mines? What am I supposed to say? You're fucking Minecraft. Where are you? I don't care about Minecraft. I only care about anime girls.
Okay, I was about to say what the fuck's wrong with you, but you're right. You're right. Fuck Minecraft.
I don't see you down here.
Minecraft doesn't have anime boobs.
There's so many of these exo things.
Is it like a little triangle pyramid?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, look at what if it has an icon. See if you have any materials that match that icon, because you can put it in and you can get free shit. TM, free shit trademarked.
Man, I hate walking so much.
Get a jetpack.
How much does that cost?
Not too much.
What's
$300.
$300 or 300 what?
Just 300. Just
300 points. Too bad you ate all our points.
Oh, what is this? It's a goop.
I didn't eat nobody's points.
It's a mineral.
You guys gambled your points away.
Because you told us to.
No, I didn't. I gave you the option to enter. And if you chose to enter... No, you guys hit exclamation point enter.
You held a gun to my head.
Oh, yeah, I did whenever you did all that exclamation point enters.
You were like, bitch, enter. I was like, please, Seth, no.
Please, Seth, no.
Please, my family needs
Please,
this.
my points.
My children are starving.
You don't need shit. Where's the thing to make shit?
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh my god, this is the worst. I hate this thing. I'm trying to make something in this, or look at the smelting furnace. I guess I chose the wrong thing. And the thing covers up the menus. So I can't read the menus. How do you make shit? Is it on your backpack this whole time?
Yeah, you can make small things on your backpack.
I can't fit this through the hole.
I can't fit through the hole. Make
I
the hole
can't even get up.
bigger. Just make the hole bigger.
I don't think you understand.
Elizabeth, do I need to come down there and help you out?
No, I got it.
You got it.
Oh, hell. Never mind. Just want you to know I'm going through hell just to get this for you guys.
Thank you.
Love you. I love you. I appreciate you. Have $200.
Yo, I'll take $200.
I would too.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Probably me. I don't like taking my friends' money.
I mean, if they're like a billionaire.
Well, that's different. That's different, because, like, they have excess.
Look at what I found. Turn around right now, whoever is walking away. I found green.
You found
Yo,
green?
look what I found.
Holy shit, you found green!
Yo, look what I
found
found.
the green.
Holy shit.
I will fuck you up. I'm still like holding it, even though somebody else has it.
That's
so
me.
I can't walk. Help! I can't let go of it.
Oh
This is your ball and chain. This is your ball and chain. No, not the time.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I'm free.
You're free. Holy shit, that's your prison.
This is my hole. This is the good hole.
This stuff,
I wanna go
this is the
look.
good stuff.
I'm going into your hole.
I don't like this anymore.
Don't like this bit anymore.
TOS, please.
Oh shit, oh god, don't work.
Look at this. Come over here. Come
Okay,
over
hold
here.
on, I'm getting rid of this.
Why did you hurt me?
You know.
Why are you making shit explode? Here?
So then it's safe to walk around because it'll blow up on its own. What the
See,
hell
look,
is
these
this?
things.
I don't have that icon.
You went down here? Oh, I see.
Shit,
Yeah, this
I'm
is a
sorry.
horrible
I'm
little
sorry. I'm
hole.
pressing the wrong fucking keys. Hold on.
This is a scary hole. Holy shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't see because the backpack's in the damn way.
Oh no, I almost fell in.
How the fuck do y'all play video games? Here you go.
I have never played video games.
I vanished Seth to the void.
I can't wait to fucking die because my friends, my friends and co-streamer Elizabeth has banished me to the fucking pit.
Oh my god. Oh hey, look who's here.
Oh hey, is it Michael?
Yeah, I think. I don't know. I can't tell you
Me?
two apart.
Oh, okay, you can't tell the person wearing peach.
Oh no! Oh no! No no no! I fell out. I fell in the hole.
SMH.
Never mind. We're good. We're good.
Fell in the hole?
Are you still down there?
Yes. I'm
definitely
no
need to
fool.
get you two.
You need to get YouTube. What?
Hey.
Oh, that opened.
We really do need
you
YouTube.
Some fucking
Oh fuck yes, a
what's
medium
it called?
generator,
Jetpacks.
oxygen
We need to get
filters.
Jetpacks. Before you kill each other by just falling.
What? No, I'm good. Cat can't kill me, or Elizabeth can't kill me. Hey, Elizabeth can't kill me. You hear
That
me?
Sounds like you're challenging her.
I
That's what
am
you're doing
challenging
right
her.
now.
I am challenging her. You
Are
think
you
can?
actually still down there?
Yeah, you think
I
you
can't
can kill
see
me?
you
You
anymore.
think you
How
can
is
kill
she
me?
still breathing?
Yeah, how are you?
You think you
Oh
can
well, there's
kill me?
tethers going down there. There's tethers going
Yeah,
down.
there are. Hey, how do I? Hey, is somebody up there? Can you see this thing? Hey, can you see this?
See what?
Please take this fucking generator from me.
I don't see it.
Can you grab this?
I don't see it.
Because I'm so down
There's-
in the pit. Come down here. I know I'm short, but please come down here. Please get on my level.
Please make this a fair fight.
At least pick up the
Oh my
damn
God.
generator.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to dig a way out. I'm trying to help.
All I want you to do is grab this generator. I don't need help. I don't need help
All I
getting
want
out.
for Christmas
All you-
is death.
You can get it.
Where is this generator? Oh, there's another cave down here.
There! Pick it up! Fucking take
I'm
it from me!
trying.
I'm holding it still.
I can't.
There.
Oh, I got it, I got
okay,
it.
now take it with you.
If I can get out.
Okay, I have another thing for you if you want it.
Oh, there's no getting out of here. Okay, hold on. Oh, you got another green.
I got another green. That's correct.
Oh, please don't fall.
Please clap.
I'm trying really hard to get out.
Are you really here? I'll come help you out.
I don't want your help.
Oh, okay then. I'll help myself out then.
Make it harder for her.
I will.
Don't do that. I'm already out. Like,
sounds fake.
Yeah, it does.
well, come see for yourself.
I wouldn't, but I don't want to go back down where you're stuck.
He says he wouldn't. Stop! Stop! No! No! Don't trap me in here! Don't cast me! Don't cast me in here, dude! I got you your wine. Okay? I got your wine. You happy?
My wine?
Your wine. This cask of I can't talk. Have you ever known me to talk?
I can't wait to trap you in another fucking hole.
I can't wait for you to trap me in another fucking hole. I can't wait.
Alright, I'm bringing the green up. You destroyed the... Why would you do this?
Because I
Oh,
made
you...
a better way up.
Hey, watch this.
The thing you said you couldn't be bothered to do.
My hole was fine, okay?
Your hole really
hole
was
was
not
terrifying.
fine. It was the
It was
opposite.
Scared of your hole.
It was perfect.
It was not.
You're just a bunch of babies.
I am.
Literally younger than both of you.
Baby.
Yeah, you're a baby, so you admit it.
I can vote.
Trash baby.
He can vote.
Wide mod? I could be thicker?
Yes. With technology, you could be thicker, dude.
It can be done.
It can be done.
21st century.
How thicker do you want to be? Is the question now.
Like, unhealthily thick.
Unhealthily thick. Okay, we can do that.
We have the power.
We do have the power. We got it just now.
Sliding down that is so much fun.
It's really good, isn't it? You guys already put laterite in this thing? I don't think so.
Oh, guess who died?
Why do you keep dying?
I'm falling down holes. Everywhere I go.
I can't believe she's that dummy thick, yet she fits into every hole she finds.
Yeah. Where's the... Oh, it's over here.
Did you guys already open this thing up? Yeah, you did, didn't you? Damn.
Now I gotta go get my body.
Yeah, messed up. Messed up you gotta do all that.
Messed up you live.
Wow. I can't...
Seth, we need more resin.
I'm so sorry for you.
better be.
Where was the fucking pit I fell down? Here it is.
It's gone. There was never a pit.
I fell through dimensions.
You fell through the pit.
Please.
Elizabeth, you
I
gotta
hate this game.
You gotta get good.
You fall like.
You really
You
do
fall like.
nasty, don't you? Hey.
You fall like 2 inches and your fucking legs just explode. I hate this.
You just snap.
I mean, you know, you gotta support all that weight already. You know, dummy thick.
Exactly, but like I'm used to it, you know? It's just this game.
No, you're not used to it with this atmospheric pressure.
Yeah.
The environment's different.
A zillion times more active on this planet. That's like 12 grams.
How do you know? Huh?
He read the wiki.
Tell me.
He read the
Because
wiki.
I made this game.
I made this smile.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna obliterate you. I'm going to obliterate you.
Yeah, the free encyclopedia.
That anyone can edit?
It's Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia that nobody will ever edit again.
Alright, where's my first body?
I found so much fucking quartz. I'm playing billiards over here with the quartz balls, dude.
I thought you were gonna say I'm playing chess. Like, fuck you.
No. I'm playing checkers. You think I'm smart? Fuck you.
Seth over here playing chess while we also be playing chess.
I can't play chess. I think we are here to prove the fact that I cannot play chess.
We need to do
I'm gonna suffocate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Elizabeth, why aren't you setting down tethers?
Cause I had to jump down a pit. Okay.
You don't have to jump down it. You can make a safe way
an
down.
excuse I hear.
I'm gonna go suffocate myself for
Okay.
real.
Okay. Where do you live?
I give up on the pit. I'm moving on to a new calling in life.
Hey, where do you live so then I can get the body? And assume your position in streaming.
So give me a Twinkie.
Yeah, okay. One of you can take my place. It's fine.
It's me. I'm sorry, Michael. I've already called
Seth
dibs.
deserves it.
I've
Seth
called dibs.
deserves having a subscribe button.
I agree. I agree.
If only I could get more than one viewer, aka me, in my streams.
I was chatting so much today.
Yeah, but now because I'm continuing to stream past Vampire the Masquerade, it's going to count this into my average viewer count as well. So it's not going to go up any. I have to get a average viewer count
so
of
stupid.
3 for a whole week. A week of 3 viewers on average, if I remember correctly. And
Yeah,
I don't have
it's
that.
a month.
A month?
It's a month. Yeah.
Well, I'm never gonna get that.
You'll get it. You'll get it.
Not anytime
so bad
soon.
on
I'm not a popular streamer because, oh.
Do you think I am? Are you
Yeah,
kidding
you've got
me?
the subscribe button.
That doesn't mean shit.
Because remember I said I would make 1 million bots.
No, bots don't count. View bots don't count.
No, they're just alternate accounts. I'm going through meticulously and logging into each and every one.
That won't count. You have to have them logged in on different PCs because it doesn't count as a viewer unless they're tabbed in.
Which is dumb.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of times where I watch people, but I leave it on in the background
Yeah.
while I do other things.
Yeah.
Okay, Elizabeth, when this whole quarantine thing blows over, you work at an Apple store, right?
Yeah.
Right,
Oh,
you need
Lord.
to go to your place of work. You need to go into every computer. You need to open Twitch.tv. on every.
Yeah, give me them views.
Give me them Apple views.
Elizabeth, give me that Apple money.
Okay, yeah.
That Apple money you don't even get.
Oh, I found somebody was in this nice like purple area.
Hey, somebody. I need some help because I accidentally dug out too much quartz.
I need to BRB.
Damn.
Well, looks like you're not getting help.
Yeah, because he's BRBing.
And I'm nowhere near.
Fuck.
You gotta play VR chat with me sometime.
I downloaded VR chat. I can play with you next time you play it, maybe.
Because I plan on streaming it.
Yeah, when? Tell me when.
More often. That's a real question, isn't it?
If you tell me when, I will be sure to free up my schedule so I can come and harass you on VR chat. Because apparently you want me to harass you on VR chat.
It's fun. I mean, I play it like every single night now. Seriously,
I
I
know
play
you
way
do.
too much.
You really do. I'm so sorry. You've got a really nasty addiction to it. We need an intervention.
Hey, you guys have the social eating tag, right?
No.
No,
I
what the fuck?
I put PvP on.
Oh,
Why?
fuck, I can't be here.
Oh yeah, because you're doing the mukbang. Mukbang.
That's social eating. That's what it was called, like, originally?
Why?
Learn the lore.
I don't know. It's something like... It's not an English term, obviously.
I mean, I've heard it before, but I just don't know why that would be a social eating term.
That's just what it is. I got lots of compound.
Hey, you want to come down here? Give me
I don't know where you are, so
yeah,
no.
exactly. Yeah. You wouldn't have helped me anyway.
Yeah, I would have just made it worse.
He would have come over and just dug me into a hole. You would have been like, there's Seth. Time to dig him into the pit.
Into the pit with me.
Time to bury him into the pit like Biden did that dog.
Fucking Christ. That was good.
Is that topical?
That's topical. It doesn't get much more topical.
What's topical? I was busy eating.
You know, dogs. Pits.
I'm gonna bury Dog Boy in the pit. Digby Dog Boy's gonna go in the fucking pit. I'm abandoning him there. Where's the house? Oh, hey. Here you guys are.
I'm dropping off a bunch of compound.
I'm dropping myself off. I almost fell. Sorry, everybody. I almost fell down a fucking pit. Hey, come here and give me that compound. I'm at the base. I can't get away from this tether.
Come get it.
I can't get away from this tether. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna steal some,
I'm so... If this
Hey.
wasn't at our base, I would just dig you into a hole right now.
Hey,
I need a resin.
I need some
I
fucking
need more
resin.
canisters. Where do you get resin?
It's that yellow earwax
Just
looking
find it on the
shit.
surface.
Yeah, it looks like
Okay.
earwax noodles.
How do you do emotes?
What the number
1 through 4.
keys?
Yeah, 1 through 4.
Don't emote at me. Hey, do we have access to the larger, racks, storage racks?
I'm working on. Don't do that. I'm gonna fucking smack you.
I don't think this is a. Now, if only there was a bend over emo like there is in Monster Hunter.
Is that what you're doing with Jenny?
Just like that, he's gone. He's dead.
You need to put on crisps so then we can't hear you eating.
Can or can't?
Can't. Put crisp on anyway.
Ah.
Large
Just
platform.
get crispy.
Large platform research chamber. Where do we go to make the which printer is it? He's fucking dying.
Yeah. Can't believe it.
Oh, do we just not have it unlocked? Alright. We just don't have it unlocked, got it. Fucked up. I'm gonna research.
Don't have one unlocked?
The fucking storage. Dynamite.
Yeah, that's what I could use.
A small camera. I could use that.
We can't make steel yet.
I can. Oh, I'm looking through the wrong. Duh. Shit. Hey, game. I would like it if you could just let me see what I want. Damn, yeah, I really need some fucking steel.
Ooh, I almost just fell into a pit again.
Damn. Need to stop doing that. Recreational sphere.
We have one of those.
Yeah, it's
We have
me.
the zebra orb.
Oh, it's not me, okay. I'm about to pull a gun out. Hey, I'm gonna borrow our storage unit real quick.
I'm about to pull a gun out. What the fuck?
Okay.
He's like a Sims character that pulls out a gun to just kind of look at it.
That's just how it be. I should play The Sims, but I really cannot play The Sims for more than like 5 seconds.
Do what everyone else does and install a bunch of horrible, violent mods.
Even with the mods, I really cannot play The Sims for longer than 5 seconds.
That's the only way to play The Sims, honestly.
For 5 seconds?
No, with violent mods. I'm very bad at this game.
I think we all are, except for Michael, who's already beaten the game.
You know what I want to do?
Put my plate up.
I want to see if you can play the forest with one person in VR and the rest not, or if everyone has to be in VR.
That would suck if everybody had to be in VR.
Yeah, because that would be fun.
That would be fun. God, Forest VR. I get to listen to you scream. Oh shit.
Except I obviously wouldn't be scared.
Yeah, I know, you play VR chat.
You don't know the horrors that exist.
In VR chat, I don't. I haven't played VR chat yet. I haven't seen the Magnum dongs yet. In VR chat.
Luckily, you don't see those in public worlds.
That's
because
good.
you get banned.
Good. As it is in real life. Just like in
But
real life.
if you're in a private world, sometimes it doesn't stop people. They'll just, you know, next thing you know, they're just an anime girl. Next thing you know, they're just got a dick.
What?
What?
What? What game?
We're talking about dicks.
Yeah, what game?
VR chat.
Skyrim.
Oh.
It's Skyrim.
I'm going to install Lover's Lab onto Skyrim, and I'm going to take that chance. So you're finally awake. Lord.
Oh, I'm suffocating. Fuck.
You're suffocating. Stop suffocating. Oh my god. You need to increase your. Ah! Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm good.
I'm fine.
Install a bunch of Lover's Lab mods to a game like Skyrim and just stream it and pray.
That's what I'm going to do.
Game? Are you broken? Okay, no, we're good. It's like every time a titty shows up, the stream ends.
Every time his titties shows up, you guys owe me bits.
I think that's just called being a cam whore.
No, they're not my titties.
I think that's called being a peeping Tom.
They're not. No.
Yeah.
No.
It's called being a pimp.
Exactly. So Cat gets, or Elizabeth gets it. It's gonna take me a while. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh shit! I found a medium
I
generator.
have a cousin named Elizabeth already.
Damn, you have a
Just
cousin.
call me a Elizabeth.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. Oh, Elizabeth. You're my new
Elizabeth,
you're not my new
can you be like
sister.
my cousin Elizabeth and give me free movie tickets?
No.
Please?
No.
Hey, you should be like his
no.
cousin Elizabeth and give me free iPad.
Wow, I see why you guys talk to me. You just want free iPads.
Yeah, we've talked to you since before you worked at Apple. Because we knew you were gonna work at Apple and give us free
you
iPad.
knew one day.
One day, iPad. I found some carbon, baby.
Me too.
Who?
Hell yes.
I'm making carbon.
This fool's making
aren't
fucking
you
carbon.
special?
Why are we not researching green?
I don't know. Do we have it?
Yeah, it's just sitting there, not being researched.
No, I didn't even know.
Very ungreen thing for it to be doing.
I didn't realize we have
I'm
green.
I'm here to just wander around
How's that going?
and be It's going good.
Going
Have I
good.
done anything useful for you guys so far?
You fell down a few poles.
You've given us conversation, which has kept our sanity up. It's kept our sanity up.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, we're getting morale.
It's a very important thing.
No. Oh god, no.
In this game, because otherwise the eldritch horrors would get to us.
I can't escape this pit. Don't fall. Don't fall. Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
I can't believe you can't escape the pit and that you're gonna fall.
Things aren't going well.
Do you need me to go over there for morale?
No.
Do you need me to find you? Oh lord, oh lord. I will find you. This is a threat.
I will kill you.
No, I didn't say kill now. All I'm doing is finding you.
I can't make a pathway. I'm incapable.
I don't know why you're having such a hard time. It's easy for me. Just get a better computer. Haha.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
I always just make it too steep.
Just get good for it.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, me too.
And on my tombstone, it's gonna be like, this is Seth's fault.
Forehead.
Seth's gonna laugh and point at your tombstone.
I'm dying. My screen is turning pink.
It's turning pink?
It's turning pink. You know, pink. It's because all the quartz is getting into my system. You know, quartz. It's getting into my system, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, here. Are you at the base? Who's at
No.
Oh, that's Michael. He's at the base. Michael, I come bearing gifts. I hope you want quartz. Because you are getting quartz. If you don't need quartz, I'm going to be incredibly upset. Because we've got quartz. Okay.
You've gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna freaking lose it. Stop.
Where are you?
Don't worry about
Where
it.
are you? I want to help. I want to help you get out of the damn pit.
I got it. I got it.
Are you sure?
And all of this, and I'm literally just bringing a piece of like garbage to the base.
Okay, it's fine. I've got it. Don't worry. I'm fine. What was that? Did you get close to your mic?
Yeah, I scratched my head.
Oh.
Sorry.
I thought Michael got close to the mic. It just started munching on some macaroni. You're like, dude, that's messed
I
up.
warn you before I do it, at least.
Alright, I'm coming with yet another fucking generator. Because that's all I can find is generators and quartz. I can't wait for us to get a buggy.
Hold on, I'm being summoned.
Getting summoned. Oh my god.
Horrifying.
Horrifying. What are you doing?
Digging.
back. I was just informed that dinner is ready.
Hell yes, mukbang.
Mukbang, and it's spaghetti too, so it'd be nice and like.
Fuck yes, sloppy.
How do I slide?
You just run.
It's not It's not steep enough.
Yeah,
I don't think.
This is a dumb game.
Michael didn't make this.
I just want to slide. I want to be Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Which upgrade is that now that you've got to make it flat?
That's not an upgrade. Just press Alt. You have to be on the surface you want it to be flat at.
How do you?
Yeah.
Which one? Where's the canisters at? Because I don't have canisters. Small canister
to make-
resin. Okay, I need some fucking
You
resin.
have to make a can.
I hate this. I gotta go make some resin. Or find some resin, I guess. Bye, everybody.
I should probably put tethers down so we don't suffocate.
No, you should suffocate.
Yeah, no, I should suffocate.
Elizabeth should suffocate.
100%.
100%.
If you...
Why?
Is that you or Cat? I cannot tell you two apart.
Well, are they chunky?
Wait, what?
Are they
No,
chunky?
I'm
Michael?
the chunky one. I'm the one down here with you.
Oh, okay. I think it's...
I'm helping.
I want to make small canister.
I thought you were gonna say I don't want to wait for our lives to be over, and I was gonna be like,
I
what
don't
the
wanna
fuck?
For our lives to be over. Alright, everybody. I'm ready to kill.
A nice random ass reference that everyone wanted.
Well, yeah. I could put up some Minnesota Fats music on my stream if anybody wants that. The one viewer, aka me, who's not even listening to my own damn
What
stream.
is Minnesota Fat?
Oh, a legend.
A legend. Cool legend.
A god. Probably a grandpa.
Probably
Very
dead.
recent uncle.
Probably fucking dead. Got him. I'm gonna continue to be aggressive and nobody can fucking stop me.
We made it safely down.
Okay. Okay. Hey, dinner's almost ready for me. It just needs to cool down.
Good old Din Din.
Din din, baby. So what are you two doing down there? I saw you guys digging around.
Oh, we're hanging out.
You hanging out?
We're having a party.
Vibing.
Yeah, I'm vibing.
Don't you have a vibe? Yeah, you got
What?
you've got the Oculus, don't you?
Oh,
Lord.
that's a vibe.
What? No, it's a vibe. Oh no.
No, it's a vibe.
Oh no.
No, I have Oculus, unfortunately.
You were gonna make the same joke. So look, Orby gets me. They get me. We be vibing.
Christ. There's a green.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm dying.
Police are coming for you. For
Oh,
saying
Lord.
the vibing joke.
Well, better me than Orby.
Maybe they're here to deal with those screaming children you won't stop talking about.
Oh yeah, what time is it? It's not 8 p.m. yet. Every day at 8 p.m. the kids have been going out and fucking howling.
Like, are they like, what?
You know that post that was like, People have been howling at the moon to try and reconnect with each other in these times of quarantine. Yeah, that's real apparently. People
It's
are doing
real.
that.
It happens every 8 p.m. over here. Every night at 8
What?
p.m.
I can't flatten it anymore.
You don't
out
have,
of-
yeah,
You're out of
ground.
dirt. You need to get more dirt.
You don't have enough stuff in your canister.
Well, fuck me, I guess.
You can just mine the dirt that's right here and in our way.
No, she
Are you
can't.
sassing me?
Yeah.
I'm helping by
It's like
sassing
sass.
aggressively.
Okay, I dug through the mountain, everybody.
What mountain? Where are you?
I'm on the surface. Where the hell am I? That's the question, ain't it? Where are you guys?
What is this purple shit?
Zinc, I think. So it wasn't a joke? Or are you laughing at me?
It worked. It's ink, I think. You're like,
Ink.
oh, it still works. It's zinc, I think.
This is a vibe.
You're like
The
Dr.
Oculus.
Seuss.
Oculus vibe.
What are you saying?
I legitimately did not. I just kind of tone checked him out. What did he say?
The Oculus vibe. It's just wrong on so many levels.
What, do you not vibe with it?
I don't vibe with Oculus. They actually kind of suck.
Oh, do they? Okay. Good to know. I won't buy from them. I get one joke.
I mean, it's Facebook, so it's Facebook. What do you expect?
You know what? You're right. It is Facebook, ain't it? Do I have any compound on me? No, I fucking don't. I don't have any more tethers. You guys look like you're nearby though, so I'll mooch off of you guys. Oh, you guys are not near. You guys are underneath me. Oh. What the fuck is this? I'm going to die.
Why are you dying? Oh my
I'm sorry, you have possums in your ceiling. Ma'am, you have possums in your ceiling.
You just suddenly like drop down through the fucking ceiling.
I was desperate for air.
See you later. Good night.
I was so desperate
Oh
for
my
air.
god.
Tiny microscopic bears that are being... That's me. Hey, Michael.
Oh, that was good. This game is just kind of like therapeutic, just like the terraforming.
It's because it's like playing with clay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I'm not even doing shit. I'm just
You're helping me with my master plan.
What's your master plan?
I can't say that.
Don't just say, oh, you know.
Oh, you know.
Stop saying, oh, you know, winky face. Stop it. Warby, I'm gonna beat you up for that.
Hang on, do I need to get back into its chat?
You are an innocent bystander, but yet still time to be aggressive. Don't mock me.
Don't mock me.
Why are you guys doing this? I've done nothing wrong. I have not been mean this entire night.
That's bullshit.
I have not been aggressive once. I'm never green texted in my life.
Just a fuck up.
Sweaty
Sweaty frog. I'm being sweaty frogged over here.
This is the worst.
I love this stream. I'm thinking of making my stream crispy by just putting a bunch of sharpness filters over it.
Just turn the bitrate down on your stream.
No, I can't do that. Everybody requires me to be doing a good stream.
Yeah, you want to make it crispy.
Yeah. That's the listen, that's the quality people come for on my streams. I streamed Limbo the Lost. I streamed Limbo the Lost in fucking full. Okay.
I've got to be honest with you. I don't really know what that is.
You don't know Limbo the Lost. It's better that way. Here, hold on. I'm gonna go into the Mossware chat real quick. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna fuck up the stream real quick. Give me a moment. Not memes, media. The first time in months that I've posted it in the Mossware channel.
It's the first time anyone's posted there in months.
The first time anybody's posted.
Should I start posting my art there more?
Yes.
You can post. Actually, don't.
No? Damn.
Because I'm gonna do some changes.
Okay, I'm gonna post
So
Brigading
it might-
Bricks of the
it
Mary
might just-
Celeste
Huh?
over into the media. Let it load. It's gotta load. Let it load. Okay, this one is incredibly sharp because I don't have the actual one.
I just fell through the floor.
Are you getting weird shit too?
Yeah, like the floor disappeared and then I just fell.
Holy shit. We're digging too much.
I don't remember where that was. I think it was, yeah, it's here. Sweaty Frog.
Sweaty
I
frog.
fucking love Sweaty Frog. Just not the actual emote, just Sweaty Frog as itself.
Just saying Sweaty Frog is really good.
Yeah, it's I don't know what the mama frog is, but it gives me the same vibes.
Oh, you don't know Frog Mama?
Frog Mama.
You don't know the fairy frog mother from Frogger the Great Quest? Yeah, that's the reaction. That's the reaction anybody should have to me saying Frogger the Great Quest.
That was a horrifying stream because everyone was allowed to be horny.
The one stream everybody's allowed to be horny on it is Frogger the Great Quest. Because the entire premise of the game is just getting some pussy, okay? That's it. That's the whole premise of Frogger the Great Quest.
What, the command is Frog Mama, right?
Yeah, exclamation point Frog Mama.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
Did you put a space?
No.
Okay. Did you wait for it to appear on your fucking stream?
Is that the command? It should have been the command. Oh, you spelled it mama, not mama.
What?
You put M-O-M-M-A,
Oh.
not M-A-M-A. And I don't even hear it.
Elizabeth loves
There it
Frog Mama.
goes.
There, it just triggered.
It doesn't proc for me because I'm the bot technically. Because I don't want to log into
Okay.
my bot account.
It's my alt account, but it still worked.
Hey, it still worked because you're not the bot. You're not the bot of me
You're not the
now.
bot of me. We did the same
Holy shit.
fucking thing.
God. Yo, we be vibing.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't just see you say Frussy orb.
Hey, Elizabeth, where you going?
Going back to my fucking job.
What's your fucking job?
Come with me.
That's what I'm doing. I'm coming with you to see what your job
I'm
is.
flattening this area. I'm flattening this area out because I have nothing else to do. Oh, I need to get more. Oh, I need to go get my corpse.
You need to stop dying. Oh my god.
Okay, that was like the game glitching out though.
Okay, you know what? That's fair. If the game's glitching out, the game's glitching out. But you need to stop dying.
What if I don't want to stop dying though?
What if I kind of enjoy it?
I'm with buddy. Vampire the Masquerade has really fucked us up. Vampire the Masquerade gave us brain worms.
But, oh god, I'm gonna die down here.
I don't have any tethers. I need you to know this.
Oh god, I'm gonna die down here. Oh god, I fell down a bigger hole. Oh, it's over. Oh, come on. I'm just so tired. Just let me exist in this fucking corporeal realm.
No, I'm sorry. That's not how that works.
No, I'm so close to being near oxygen again.
Hey, come here.
Fuck!
Oh my god! I
I
witnessed
just
your death!
died in front of you.
I witnessed your death. I'm gonna be traumatized for life now. I'm going to set a GoFundMe so then we can have a lot of compound to make tethers so then this never happens again. Alright, Elizabeth. It'll be the Elizabeth Compound Tether Fund.
Alright, I'm back. I'm back.
You're back. Oh shit, I'm about to die.
Now I
Go
need
bike.
to start the Seth compound raising fun.
What'd you do to my corpse?
Nothing, it disappeared. You don't have a
It's called
corpse.
getting rid of the evidence.
You don't have a corpse.
My screen is
You never had a
fucked
corpse.
okay. It's gone. We're good. We're good. I have tethers. I just never.
Are you for real? You've had tethers this whole damn time?
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat you up. You
Fucking
died for
do
nothing.
it.
You died for nothing.
Oh, I know.
You fucking... I can't believe it. I should believe it though. Honestly.
You really should.
I really should believe it. I want to go deeper.
I wonder how deep it goes.
That's what I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out just how deep this goes.
Oh, you're going down now.
I'm going down. I'm gonna dig. Aren't you glad I'm here to set down tethers?
Yeah. Yeah, because I won't do it.
Yeah, I know you won't do it.
Ooh, there's like open edges here though. I'm guaranteed to fall off at some point. You need like safety railings for me.
Just get good. Survival of the fittest.
Wow.
We don't have bumpers in bowling.
Someone just died.
Hey, Elizabeth, come down here. Come down here.
What's going on?
Hey.
This is a steep. Oh. Fucking crazy.
Are you winning?
You gotta go see a doctor, dude.
I hate this. You don't want to know, honestly.
This game is giving us gold. Oh shit, please let me stop.
It's giving us quality stream material.
It's giving us quality stream material that we cannot get banned for.
No.
Unlike in Second Life.
It's not a real.
Hang on, I'm gonna go draw a giant penis at the base.
Oh, well, there's already one here.
Yeah, there's already one here, dude.
Oh, is that what you two have been fucking doing?
No,
It's
a
natural.
Yeah,
We
it's
didn't
a
make
natural
it.
occurrence, dude. Yeah, thank you.
Like, it actually is.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for my oxygen.
Of course. Oh, this one was too far. I tried to be cool and slide while I did it.
That's everybody's folly. I've done that before.
I gotta be careful not to destroy it up there.
Okay.
This is a nice little cave we got going on here. A nice pathway down to the abyss.
I can't wait.
I'm out of tethers.
We're out of tethers.
I'm making some more because I have
Okay.
compound on me.
Okay, if you need compound, I've got a bit of compound on me. Okay, I should be. Oh, thank you. I'm over here about to die.
Look at it. This is great teamwork.
This is
We're
fantastic
exhibiting.
teamwork. Look at this. I'm not dying thanks to you.
It's ironic. I can keep other people alive, but just not myself.
Hey, look at you. You're doing it right now because you're.
I
keeping me
almost just
alive.
walked off a fucking cliff.
Oh my
Just
god!
casually walked off a cliff.
I can't believe this. I should believe it.
Alright.
Man, how big is this place? Oh no, more quartz. Oh no. I gotta come up for air. I've not been putting tethers down. Elizabeth, we need that to breathe.
Oh, I was muted.
Oh my god. Oh my god, big brain.
I was talking and I'm like, why aren't they answering me?
Huge.
Do they hate me?
You're being huge right now. Hey. Okay, what were you saying?
I was just saying, is there an end to this?
Yeah,
Like,
there is. The other end. There's the other side of the fucking earth, baby.
Oh, do you mean the game or the tunnel?
the tunnel.
Oh yes, there is an end.
Is it like bedrock? Oh,
Look, we've
Minecraft.
hit red.
What's red?
It's red.
It's
Look
a
at
color.
it. Yeah, it's a
Hang on,
color.
let me open the Wikipedia entry for red.
Red.
Please do.
Red is a. Okay,
Hey, I'm going to die.
Red.
I would recommend not doing that.
Thank you.
Red is the color at the end of the visible spectrum of light, next to orange and opposite violet. It has a dominant wavelength of approximately 625,740 nanometers.
I have a
It's
dominant
primary color
wavelength.
in the RGB color model in the CMYK color model, and is a complementary color of cyan.
I don't have a dominant wavelength. That's for sure.
I do. Look at me.
Should I keep going or no?
Please no.
Hey, can you do the Luke one? For me?
Yeah.
The Luke one?
The Luke one, you'll understand.
It's Wikidot instead of Wikipedia, unfortunately.
That's
You don't
okay.
have to. Bigger Luke, commonly abbreviated to BL or more commonly BGL, is the slightly larger manifestation of Luke Skywalker that is said to appear in certain scenes of the original Star Wars trilogy, contrasting to regular Luke.
What?
Yeah, it's a legitimate theory.
Do you want me
Big Luke.
Big Luke, bigger Luke theory.
I feel like I need to keep reading just so you can understand what Big Luke is.
I don't think I want to understand.
No, it's okay. There's nothing nasty about it, unlike this game. You stand bigger Luke? I can't. I'm so sorry, Orby. We can't be friends.
I just can't stand Big Luke.
Short kings rise up. Sorry, dude. That's just how it be. Oh lord. What the ever-loving fuck is this? Hey Elizabeth, get down here. What is...
Oh no, oh no.
What is that?
What is what?
Look over there.
What, the green?
Yeah, the green and purple, dude. What is that?
I don't know. Let's go over there.
Let's remember to put our tethers down while we go visit.
Oh.
I hate that this piece is just floating here. Can't get rid of it.
It's okay. It's okay. It may not even exist.
Small Luke is good too, but I believe in the bigger Luke going on his own adventures. I don't understand.
You don't have to understand. That's why we're here.
To understand for me.
Exactly, see? So we can sit here and explain it to you. For 15 hours. Right, everybody?
I gotta go.
15-hour stream. We're...
15-hour stream just talking about bigger Luke.
We could.
We shouldn't. That should be, like taboo. Not Naboo. Get the Star Wars joke.
No,
You're banned.
I don't watch
Hey.
Star Wars.
I hate Star Wars.
It's a huge mushroom.
Star Wars is bad.
Star Wars is for babies.
I like the mushroom.
The mushroom's really good. I love this thing. It's my new best friend. Just a thought.
I need to make more tethers.
Yeah. You really should.
Honestly, I think I want to hear about bigger Luke now. I think I'm invested.
Should I keep reading in the voice?
I just want to know about bigger Luke. It doesn't have to be in a voice.
Okay.
It's like on the same theory level as like birds aren't real, and I love that shit.
The appearance of bigger Luke in a particular scene is generally, but not always judged, relative to the height of Han Solo. And as such, Han because of this, and as such, Han is the primary go-to of reference amongst bigger Luke theorists. Because of this, no Han picks, commonly abbreviated NHP, are generally discouraged. It is very difficult to determine Luke's height without Han Solo as a constant frame of reference. While it's uncommon, the use of other Star Wars characters to judge Luke's height are not unheard of. The second most common character to judge if bigger Luke is in the scene or not has generally been Obi-Wan, followed closely by the activity of combining the original Star Wars trilogy, or combing the original Star Wars trilogy for instances of bigger Luke is known as Luking.
Guys, I'm a bigger Luke theorist now, okay? I need to, fuck the stream, I need to go luking.
Okay. Hey. Okay. Follow your dreams.
I will. They'll lead me to beautiful places of bigger Luke.
What if you find smaller Luke instead?
Then that's not my dream. That's so far from my dream that it's offensive.
Can't believe this. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's learn more.
Theories. There have been many elaborate theories as to why there exists a larger version of Luke Skywalker in the original Star Wars films. However, most theories fall into two general categories. The canon Luke hypothesis is sometimes simply the bigger Luke hypothesis, in which it is theorized that within the Star Wars universe and canon, there does indeed exist a version of Luke Skywalker that is slightly larger than a hoisted regular Luke Skywalker, or Luke Prime.
Luke Prime!
The Hamill hypothesis, in which it is theorized that there exists an uncredited Mark Hamill lookalike who was used in certain scenes of the original trilogy for undisclosed reasons and whose identity has yet to be determined. The canon Luke hypothesis is the most popular of the two, with the Hamill hypothesis a close second. Okay.
Go on.
Visual evidence.
Oh yeah, let me see the evidence.
Yeah, you have to put it in the Mossware channel.
I will put it in the voice supplement.
We need to see the evidence.
Alright. So if you want to put this on stream while I start reading from this.
Okay, let me get up where some
Visual
oxygen
evidence.
is.
Evidence for the existence of Bigger Luke is scattered throughout the original Star Wars films, predominantly, or at least most well documented, in A New Hope. If one were to juxtapose multiple scenes containing both Luke Skywalker and Han Solo standing up in the same frame, one would quickly be able to discern the existence of a slightly larger version of Luke Skywalker, dubbed the titular Bigger Luke. It is generally agreed that Bigger Luke is approximately 2 to 3 centimeters / approximately an inch taller than regular Luke. But disagreements as to the exact height discrepancy do exist, and tend to be muddled due to see size debate for more details. A larger world. It is believed by supporters of the canon Luke hypothesis that Obi-Wan's line shortly after Luke first succeeds in blocking the training remote shots, a line being, "You've taken your first step into a larger world," is evidence of Obi-Wan's knowledge of there being a larger Luke Skywalker.
Damn.
Alright, just making sure you're still with me.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm interested.
Short for a stormtrooper. Another commonly held theory is that Princess Leia's comment towards Luke shortly before being rescued, comment being, "Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper?" is a thinly veiled acknowledgement of the existence of a size discrepancy between different versions of Luke Skywalker. Because this is an in-universe acknowledgement, it is generally deemed evidence in favor of the canon Luke hypothesis, as opposed to the Hamill hypothesis, as it seems very unlikely that a Star Wars character would acknowledge the existence of different actors. Conversely, supporters of the Hamill hypothesis argue that this could be some form of Easter egg on the part of the production team, and therefore does not explicitly favor either the canon Luke or Hamill hypothesis. Other supporters of the Hamill hypothesis even go as far to claim it is unlikely Princess Leia would be aware of different versions of Luke Skywalker at this point in the timeline, and therefore it is, in fact, evidence in favor of the Hamill hypothesis. Detractors claim that through the Force, Princess Leia could subconsciously manifest some form of awareness of the existence of two versions of Luke, but not be innately aware of it, merely seeing her statement as a witty quip. some suggest a more literal interpretation of Carrie Fisher's line would indicate evidence toward an extremely controversial and fringe smaller Luke hypothesis.
Oh no! That's crazy shit. Once you start getting into smaller Luke, you know, that's the wild shit.
The line, "Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper?" does not seem to appear in the original script of Star Wars. Therefore, the decision to reference bigger Luke in some way or another must have been done later in development. Biggs. There has been some suggestion that the inclusion of the peculiarly named character of Biggs Darklighter in the Star Wars canon is a direct hint to the existence of a slightly larger version of Luke Skywalker. Lando's first reaction scene at over an hour and a half into The Empire Strikes Back, Luke arrives at Cloud City and soon falls under attack by Imperial stormtroopers escorting Leia, Chewbacca, and C-3PO shortly after being shot at by Boba Fett. During the scene, Lando Calrissian lays his eyes on our hero for the very first time, and quickly loses interest. However, towards the end of the scene, Lando appears to stare at Luke with a very perplexed expression. Being the proficient card player and gambler that he is, one would assume that Lando Calrissian has had a very keen eye, perhaps the best eyes in the galaxy. It is therefore distinctly possible that Lando did in fact perceive a height change in Luke between two different viewings. One would come to the conclusion that, if Lando was indeed observing a shift in Luke's size, perhaps even accompanied by a subtle flicker, then this rules heavily in favor of the canon Luke hypothesis, if not flat out refutes the Hamill hypothesis. However, subscribers to the Ham-Can sub-theory of the Hamill hypothesis can easily reconcile this discrepancy.
This is beautiful. This can't be real. This is like an elaborate joke.
No, it's real.
Do you want me to link you the leak dot?
Oh, I found it already. I was showing it on stream, but like, this can't be real.
Are you sure?
This is just people
Sounds
playing
like a
a
denier.
jig on the world.
Sounds like a denier. Lucas
I'm
denier.
a bigger Luke denier, you know? There's nothing worse than a bigger Luke denier.
It's true.
I'm blown away, honestly. Oh, I'm gonna fall down this pit if
I need to
John
look
close
into
this
this
up.
Hamill hypothesis. I need to read this myself.
Just like how JFK said, just did that. Oh my god.
What? What happened?
Or me being funny.
It's fucking orb. Thank you. The stuff is like harder to dig through.
Yeah, because it's rock.
Fuck rocks.
Yeah, fuck rocks. I say as I have 1.2k rocks in your server. In your, no, not
Do you?
server, not server, but in your channel. Please stop pointing. Yeah, we need a better pickaxe. You ate your rocks.
I have infinite rocks.
Can I have infinite rocks?
I don't think you
please
can.
be-
You can't
Elizabeth,
manage it
please be
like that.
careful. Hey, please be careful. I almost fell.
Oh, that's a pit. Oh, that's a.
Oh shit,
we
I'm
can
dying.
use ropes to
Oh
traverse.
shit,
it.
I'm dying. Thank you.
We like panic threw down tethers.
Holy shit. I'm so engrossed in the bigger Luke theory that I'm just dying of oxygen deprivation.
Oh my god, fucking bigger Luke. I'm so happy that I found out this exists.
I thought you were about to say that you found this, and I was about to be a little bit upset.
Yeah, just a little bit though.
I'm so happy I found this.
Hey, Michael, we found a malachite down here. If you're interested.
Not really.
Not really. Don't you make like iron or steel or with the ship with that?
Yeah.
Don't we need it? Damn,
doesn't even
Just nothing.
dignify you the response. You just
Damn, I'm
Silent.
being.
Zoning out.
Oh, I almost fell. I almost fell.
Damn. Elizabeth, you gotta stop falling. I've warned you about
I'm closing this
slopes.
up. Warned you about those stairs.
I really warned you. Legit, I warned you about that one. Look at this. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's why bigger look theory exists. Oh, hell yeah, another mushroom date, dude. Oh shit. That's some stuff.
That's some nice mushroom.
That's some nice mushrooms. Hello everybody, welcome to Mossware. Here it is. Here's the Mossware.
Mush. That's a mushroom though.
Here's the Mossware.
You're lying to people?
Yeah, I know. Oh shit, I'm dying. I wish I could stop dying. Suffocating!
Oh, bigger Luke. It's so good.
I'm gonna get up real quick. I gotta get up real quick. I'm gonna get some food.
Yeah, I should maybe eat.
Yeah, let's do the mukbang on stream. It's what the people want.
Or just a bigger Liz theory. It's in canon now. There's just a slightly taller version of me that exists somewhere in the world. Oh, I'm dying. Alright, I'm gonna go grab my food. I will be right back.
You've got food! You haven't eaten all of your food yet. Yeah, there you go. Hey. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I had something funny I was gonna say, but then I forgot about it. What a shame. Oh yeah, I remember. I'm gonna wait for Elizabeth to come back though. Hello everybody, I am Seth. I am eating Chicky Alfredo. I hope you like the noise of chicken Alfredo being eaten and consumed. Cause that's what you're getting. If it does start to bother you though, tell me so that I can mute myself. I will be polite.
No.
No. Don't be polite. Okay, hold on. Let me get a bite real quick of chicken Alfredo. It's a good bite.
So why do you listen to me when I say things?
Well, I mean, you saw how last night went. That's your answer. It's just, you saw how last night went.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go retweet Seth's art.
At Ultimia Seth.
Correct.
Damn, she can't add ASMR in the tabs text. I could on my own stream, but I'm not going to, because I'm being lazy. I'm fucking, chicken Alfredo-ing it up over here. I can't be bothered. I'm gonna drop one of these mushrooms on my skull and die instantly. I found a bunch of mushrooms. Michael, what are you doing?
Nothing much.
Nothing much. Oh, hey, I know a good prank that I can pull.
I'll kill you. Don't think I won't kill you.
Damn.
I've been here, I've just been eating some before I like get back to things.
Oh. I've been eating here and there while doing things, because multitasking.
I don't like multitasking.
Okay, so I can ask my question now that you're here. If you were to get banned from Twitch, why would you, what would you want to be banned for?
That's a good one. Nice.
No, 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 stop, no, 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 stop, stop, stop! Don't do it! Don't do it! If you're gonna throw up, throw up right here. Are you done throwing up? You gotta stop throwing up. Why are you puking? You gotta stop eating your food so fast. Yeah, you're eating too fast. I know damn well that's what's going on. You get upset, you start eating, and then you eat too fast, and then you start throwing it up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That's what keeps going on. No. Gotta stop eating so fast. I swear. Okay, I'm here. I'm back. Did we decide? Holy shit, Michael's gone.
I don't
Holy
know what's
shit.
going on.
Holy shit.
Oh, there you are.
I got up because my cat started throwing up again. Cause she keeps eating too fast. She eats too fast and then she keeps throwing it up.
I was really confused because you like randomly disappeared and then when disconnected,
Holy shit.
I'm like, what's happening?
No, I just had a situation. I had to take care of it, like, right then and there. Because all I hear is, ooh, 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 ooh.
Yep,
It's
that
like,
noise.
well, okay. That's all you hear, and you know, you just have to get up and do it right then and there. You've got no say in the matter.
This is interesting spaghetti. My roommate used like thick noodles and it's just a very odd spaghetti.
What the
It's good.
hell? I want thick noodle spaghetti. All I have is fettuccine Alfredo.
That sounds good.
It is. Just a couple fools eating pasta. That's true.
Real pasta hours right now.
Pasta hours.
Real pasta hours.
Fucking pasta hours. Oh yeah, I have a Sprite over here that I haven't opened up yet. Here, hold on.
There you go.
Good and clean.
Now we're in it.
Now we're in it. Open up a cold one.
What is this fucking
This is usually how my streams go. Whenever I have more than just me.
It's just us eating pasta now.
It's just us eating pasta. Listen, somebody's getting off to it, and that's all that matters, okay?
Oh my god. Time for another bite.
Stop it. Hey, can you move Michael from Gamers Gaming to streaming? Because he's sitting in there all alone.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
I'll just sit in the waiting room for a little bit until the secretary let me in.
Hope, don't do it. Hope, don't do it. She's already thrown up, alright? Don't make her throw up again because you overexcited her, okay? Don't do it. I don't want to clean up any more puke tonight. Okay, I'm gonna spray you. Hey, quit it. Okay, if you ever want to have a cat, that's the experience. You just gotta...
Oh, I know. I live with 3 cats.
With 3 cats? I have 3 cats as well, and none of them know how to behave. I have one that knows nothing but hissing. That's all she knows.
Sounds like a cat, you know.
No, my other cats don't
Standard
hiss.
affair.
My other cats don't hiss. Like, she'll jump up into your lap and start hissing at you. And that's all she does.
But she still sits on your lap.
Yeah. Yeah, she willingly jumps into your lap. She jumps into the lap, okay, and starts hissing at you. Okay?
Amazing. Oh, this is a nice pasta break.
Isn't it?
It's very nice.
I've unfortunately finished off my pasta because I can't eat a lot. But I ate some pasta. It's some good pasta. Also, Elizabeth, if you start walking down, be very fucking careful. I'm gonna give you that heads up, okay?
I am going to BRB again.
Okay.
My pasta's a little cold, so I'm gonna go warm.
Okay, yeah, you don't want cold pasta. So, everybody, even in the chat, if you were to get banned, how would you want to get banned?
Oh yeah, I was trying to answer that question and then my internet died. I was saying, personally, I'd want it to be because of someone else, because then I wouldn't have any, like, regret, guilt of, like, I did something stupid that I could have prevented. But, like, if I'm in my stream and then someone donates meatspin.com and that shows up on my stream and I get banned for that, that's on them.
Yeah, you could actually dispute that. That's something you could probably dispute.
It's Twitch, so they're not gonna let me win.
Yeah, because you're not a partner.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get banned for streaming just a game. Like, I'm gonna be streaming a game and then there'd be a titty on the stream for 0.5 seconds, and that's why I get banned.
Yeah.
Because, oops, I forgot to put the crunchlings on the screen. Here, I'm gonna put the crunchlings on right now. Is it this one? Hold on. I'm trying to remember all my buttons. It's not that one. Oh my god, I don't have the crunchlings.
So what's our goal?
Well, currently, me personally, I'm digging downwards, and Elizabeth is helping me.
Yeah, I can do that.
Currently, though, she is on pasta break. Her union mandated a pasta break. Which is good, because everybody needs pasta break. Yes, chat, even you need pasta break. Hey, can you quit it? Can you quit it? Can you quit it? You two choose tonight to be just heathens. Absolutely horrendous. Man, the Sprite is good at least. What is that noise? Keep hearing a doo-doo? Man, these mushrooms kick ass. Can't wait to eat one.
Alright, I'm back. Hello.
Is your pasta adequately warmed up?
Yes, and I added more sauce.
Okay, good. Did you not have enough sauce?
No, no.
That's sad.
That is sad.
Life is sad, you know?
You're right.
Not for me. I'm sorry. I can't relate.
Wow. Must be nice.
It is. You should join me.
Oh my god, no.
I told you! Elizabeth, what was the first thing I told you?
I just had a fucking heart attack.
You should have listened. Oh my goodness.
I didn't think it was gonna be that dangerous.
I told you I was being serious. 100% utterly serious about being careful.
This is too narrow.
Yeah, I know. I'm just doing it for now. I'm about to die. Thank you. I owe you my life.
That's right.
Without you, I would be dead.
Alright, I'm gonna make this less dangerous.
Alright, thank you. I will pave the way. While you make this place OSHA compliant.
This is all normal nuclear power plant stuff.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman. Every nuclear power plant is just like this.
Everyone is allowed 5%.
No, they're allowed 5. Oh my god, what the shit? What the shit?
What?
Oh, this thing's stinky. Yo, this thing's stinky. Oh
What?
no. It's killing me.
Smelling a dingus.
I can't help it. Gotta sniff.
I don't like this.
You don't like this? I don't like the spit. I don't like the spit anymore. Says Elizabeth. Or resident owner of Mossware says, I don't like this bit anymore.
I don't like this.
I don't like this bit. Want some ammonia?
Yes.
Do you want pneumonia?
No. God.
So,
I already had it once this year. I don't need it again.
Yeah, you did, didn't you? You already had it.
I did.
Holy
And
shit.
it was awful.
sucks.
I've never had pneumonia.
Fuck you.
I couldn't get out of bed for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Sounds like you guys are shitty. Sounds like
Thanks.
Sounds like you guys need to
Our shitty bodies
you guys
couldn't
need to
handle it.
upgrade your body OS. Jeez.
I
Thanks,
wish.
Chef. My lungs are forever damaged.
I love how you just find humor in our damaged fucking body.
I am sitting here pouring my
Thank
heart
you
and
guys for
soul
the
out.
host.
I am not breathing. I am not breathing, and you're sitting here laughing.
Who hosted you? I'll beat him up for hosting you. They should not host this.
Okay, you gotta beat up both Chinny and the entirety of Pretty Neat Gamers for not removing me from their auto host list. Unless they just enjoy my content. If so, thank you for enjoying my content enough to not remove me from the auto host. I just always figured it was because you kept forgetting to do it, in all honesty.
But how long ago was that you left?
I don't know, I don't know.
Holy shit.
Lord, I don't keep up with
What
this.
even is that?
It was a trans streaming group.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I know you guys are hosting me, and it's been a while, but I'm gonna just say it didn't feel like a group. And and in all honesty,
Just talk shit on them just after
I'm
they
so
host
sorry.
them.
I'm so sorry. I was also the only trans man. Fun fact. That's me.
That I'm not too surprised by.
Residential trans male. Your token trans man. Everybody needs a token trans man.
Yeah.
I was about to say something that just like a fucking transphobic joke just now. Oh, Lord. No, it's all women in the group is what I was going to joke about. Lord, people just don't know trans men exist apparently, and it's like, what? Okay.
Yeah. We'll talk about underrepresented, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big mushroom.
I'm the only one. Hello, Twitch.
Yeah, you're the...
I'm the only one.
You're probably the only streamer I've seen.
Yeah, I'm the only
I have
streamer.
never seen another streamer.
You have never seen it. I don't even know what it is. What is it, Justin TV or something?
Yeah, I want to be a Justin TV streamer.
I heard they're not doing too well. I think there's like no future there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, give me some of them Twizzlers, dude. Hell yeah, thank you. Fuck yeah, dude, I got some fucking Twizzlers. That's what streaming's all about now. You stream,
Twizzlers?
You stream and you get Twizzlers handed to you.
That's the life, honestly.
Where do I fucking sign up?
Oh.
I don't like Twizzlers all that much, I'll be honest. They're okay.
Why were you so happy about
Honestly, me neither, Seth.
Dude, I need a little bit of excitement in my life every now and again. Come on. I can't wait to eat all this here in this cave. Even the ammonia.
Kinda need that shit.
Yeah, I need it in my body.
Same, honestly.
Why do we need it?
Space.
Fuck space, dude. Rip to moon base, but I'm different.
It's impossible.
What?
You heard me. I'm different. I'm living. I'm eating Twizzlers. Moonbase could never eat Twizzlers.
This is true.
Because you banned it.
Yeah, I banned
Oh
Twizzlers.
shit, I fucked it up. Hold on. Whoops. I almost fucking killed myself. What the fuck is Justin TV anyway?
That's what Twitch was.
Oh, was it? Was it called?
Yeah, they changed names.
Holy shit. I'm glad
What?
they changed it to
Justin
Twitch.
TV was Twitch. Like this name. Yes. I remember the days with Justin TV.
I don't. I remember
Well, I'm old as
when
fuck, so.
Vine Sauce was on live stream and they could only have
Yeah, I
50
remember that.
people. They had a 50-person limit.
Remember when they used Chitengo?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't.
I think we're all like that. What did you do? What did you do?
There we go.
I was about
I
to be
fucked
like,
up.
Elizabeth, if I die,
I'm just trying to kill you.
if I fucking
basically.
die.
It'd be so easy to kill you. Just take out the floor underneath you.
Do it. You won't.
Just take out his bones.
Do it. You won't.
I'll just use this suction device to just suck the bones out.
Do it. You won't.
I
Bet.
won't because I'm a nice person.
I'm sitting here telling you to do so. And you won't.
Because we're working together to build this. I can't.
I think we've hit the limit and are starting to go back up. So we
You
need,
think?
yeah.
Well, we want to dig through to the other side, don't we?
No, I wanted to just dig down, straight down. I want to go
Can't
to
believe you're abandoning me in my time of need.
I want to go down to the center of the earth.
Where is it?
Well, it's in the center. It's directly down.
Well, then we need to keep digging.
No, because it's starting to go back up. That is up. This is down now.
That's right, though.
I'm right. You're booing me and I'm right.
I don't like this.
I don't like this bit anymore.
Just gonna jump off.
Okay.
There's so many mushrooms here.
Isn't that the life?
Honestly, yeah.
Man, I want to be a popular Justin TV streamer.
Me too.
I don't think it has a future.
I can't.
I hate to be that guy, but I just don't think it has that much of a future.
Like Mixer, but
God. Shut up about Mixer. Mixer doesn't exist. I'm destroying the entire platform. Because I'm streaming on Twitch TV. Twitch.tv.com.
Twitch.tv.com/mixer.
That's my new account name. Catch me there, everybody. That's the joke.
It's a joke.
It's
Ma'am, it's a joke.
It's just
Joke.
joke, dude.
Ma'am, it's a joke.
Fucking chill out. It's just joke.
It's a joke.
It's just hashtag joke, you know?
He's joke.
What are you doing up there?
I was eating.
Oh, okay, you're still eating?
Yeah.
Damn, she's still fucking eating. Can you believe this?
I eat slow and then I'm streaming on top of it, so...
Oh shit, I'm dying. The stink. Oh god, the stink. Debris. I don't want fucking debris. Hey, yo, oxygen filters, baby. Oh. It's debris. Never mind. I was about to be like, oh, I found a chair. Time to throw Elizabeth in there and just run around with her. Like a fucking baby carrier.
What?
What? I'm gonna carry you around in a baby seat. That way you don't fall down anywhere. It's all for your safety, you see.
Until you fall down.
Yeah, but I'll be careful. I won't fall down. Cause I've got baby on board. I gotta be careful.
Baby on board.
I got baby on board. I got that sticker on my ass. Are you? I don't like this bit anymore. Was this bit ever good? The one where we get up and close up to the mic and just eat.
It was never good, but we still do it.
Oh god, I forgot I wasn't muted. I actually thought I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm hungry, okay?
Continue doing it.
Can't believe you're hungry. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I know. I'm a piece of shit.
I've got a work light now. I'm trying to put it in my backpack. Oh fuck yes, that kicks ass, dude. Hell yes. I can fucking see.
The pathways you make are so dangerous.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. This ain't up to code. This was never up to code, though. Goodbye. Alright. If you say so. You're allowed that.
I don't like these this new pathway method you're making here.
Do you not?
It's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And
I don't like it. It's like you're trying to kill me.
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of fucked up.
The paths you take are more dangerous than the caves you don't. Oh my god.
Oh, I fucked up.
Can you quit? I need to fucking breathe.
Do you though?
Can you fucking stop this? I need to fucking breathe. Aren't you glad I have this work light?
I
Wish
guess.
I had a work light.
Aren't you glad you can see? Because of me? I am the light in your
guess.
darkness. Your ivory to your ebony.
I'm gonna try to make this pathway
Okay.
nicer.
What's wrong with my pathway, huh?
It's awful.
Hey, can you fix it? Hey, can you fix the tethers up there? You gotta stop knocking them over. I'm gonna die.
Well, maybe if you built better pathways, this wouldn't happen.
Maybe if you just got good at walking.
I don't have to put up with this, you know?
You don't. You're right. You don't.
Why am I floating?
You know why?
Do you want to go into a fucking hole? I will.
I'm in a
plummet
hole.
you- I will plummet you even further into the earth,
Okay, good. That's what I'm trying to do.
but with no tethers.
Okay. Do it. You won't.
Am I just pushing you?
No. Not
We gotta
yet.
dig faster. Oh, look at this. We're going so fast.
I don't have. Hold on. I don't have any more tethers.
No, no! You did this to me! I lived.
I don't have any more tethers.
I cheated the game and I lived.
I don't have any more tethers.
I don't even know where the... Oh,
Are
there,
y'all
there.
winning?
No. Hold on. How far down was
You
that?
killed me.
How far down is that? Hold on. Where are you?
I don't know.
Ping.
Maybe if somebody didn't send me to my fucking
Lord,
death.
this is... You should not be inhaling this. Where are you?
Don't breathe.
I'm scaling upwards
Are you underneath
to
me?
try. Oh wait, I see your thing. The thing.
You said you found ammonium.
Yeah, pneumonia.
Can you bring that up?
I'm so far. I'm gonna die.
I don't even know where the hell you are. Oh, there you are.
No, no, quickly. I hate you. You just.
I tried. I tried. I'm suffocating too if it makes you feel any
You
better.
just watched me die, and you were like, "Good." I heard those words out of your mouth. Good.
Just like Zelda.
Yes.
I'm melting. Good. It's actually you killed me.
Good.
Good.
I don't know which direction we went.
Hell if I know. I'm coming back up. I don't think I have any ammonia on me. I have
Doesn't fucking help then.
ammonium.
Is it like a yellow
Yeah.
spiky ball? I
Yeah.
need that. That's what I need.
They're gonna say a yellow spaghetti.
I'm yellow, but I can make 1, 2 more. Maybe 3. Okay. Bringing as much as I can physically carry on my weak, pathetic corpse. I hate this. So what are you supposed to do in this game? I asked.
Essentially what we're doing.
I asked
Not
3
send your
hours
friends to
in.
their deaths. Hey,
Hey, Elizabeth.
I've just been surfing down this whole time. You cut off the
I did
the
not.
breathing.
I did not. You fell.
No, the what?
Elizabeth.
Stop trying to kill me.
I'm not doing anything. You can look at my stream. You can clip it. Look at the stream. I did shit. I didn't do nothing.
Quick, somebody clip it.
Somebody clip it right now. Go to
You know that. It's not real.
twitch.tv/ultimeasef
I found.
and you can look back on the footage.
And see that it was doctored.
I
Doctored
can't wait
live.
to find the corpse.
It should be easy to find. There's a path to it. Your pathetic egg stunt. Man, my game is running like trash right now. Excuse me. I can't wait for us to get together and do Mario Party 7. Just watch the bots do their thing because the latency is going to be too unbearable.
I can't wait to yell at bots for several hours.
I can't wait. What difficulty do we want them on?
Do we want to do what the Simple Gang did and just have everyone on easy and then one person just on hard? Or like, I'd rather have everyone on hard but one of them on easy.
Who the
Oh,
fuck is
shit.
the Simple King?
Oh shit.
Simple Wimple.
I'm so sorry. I kicked a tether. Hold on, I'm fixing it.
You're trying
I
to kill
fucking
me.
kicked the tether.
Actually, I'm trying to kill myself. I stepped away from the tethers.
Damn.
Oh, I'm still getting oxygen.
Yeah, because I put the tethers back together. Absolute fool. Man, I hope I'm close to the surface, because walking back up sucks.
It's a long way back.
It's a long way back. This is good stream content. Just walking up a hill. That's Death Stranding. Alright everybody, pitch in to buy Death Stranding for me so then I can stream the walking simulator. That is Death Stranding. You also need to buy me a PS4.
Isn't it on PC now?
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
Damn, how do you rock the baby? What? That's an actual. That's a feature.
It just sounded funny. I don't know.
That's a real feature in this Kojima game.
I'm not gonna lie, Seth.
Yeah.
You know how I have. You know how we were talking about how I have that selective hearing thing?
Uh-huh.
At first, all I heard was, "How do you shake the baby?"
Well, how do you
I
shake
mean,
the
that
baby?
is all rocking is. You know?
How do you shake the baby, huh? Oh, research item. I want that. Yeah, carry that with me.
Already what one? Oh, it's out on PC June 2nd. I knew it was up there. I just
Well-
didn't know if it was out yet.
June 2nd, everybody.
Get ready to play a
Get ready.
mostly disappointing game.
Get ready to watch me be like,
Shake the baby.
That's all I'm gonna do in Death Stranding. You know that, right?
Super glue the baby.
I'm gonna super glue the baby together. Hey, I think I went the wrong way.
God damn it!
That sucks though. There's literally one way up.
There are two
How
ways
did you go
up.
the wrong
There are
way?
two ways
No.
up.
I'll find some of my fucking self at this rate.
You really will. Ow!
Oh, I like
Holy
walking
shit.
sims too. Half of my Twitch quote unquote career is just playing shitty like walking sims back in the early days.
Is Minecraft a walking sim?
No,
What is Minecraft to you?
it's a survival game.
What is Minecraft to you?
It's life.
I'm nodding.
Yes, of course.
That's an acceptable answer.
It's
Oh.
so easy to get out. How did you get lost?
You know,
Weren't you
listen,
complaining about being trapped?
I'm not that smart of a person. Come on, you know this.
When are we getting the cars?
I'm working on it, but someone won't bring the damn stuff up.
I'm gonna die.
What did you need? I
Ammonia.
got quartz.
No. Seth, what's it called?
Ammonia.
Ammonia.
I'm suffocating.
Suffocation. No, breathing.
Cup of life. Wait.
Into pizza. Yeah, I mean, you got it wrong, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Hey, resin? Hey, there's some resin here.
Good for you. I wish
Oh.
I was resin. Resin these nuts.
Cars? What are you talking about, Orb? Cars?
Hey, is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Elizabeth, hey Elizabeth, what are you doing?
Just hanging out.
You just hanging out?
Yeah.
Where did Michael go?
I don't know.
Oh no, I bring him his fucking ammonia. And he fucking leaves.
How was I supposed to know you weren't going to die in a hole somewhere?
What the asshole? He just fucking lived.
I did, because I went to look for
Yeah,
my
wow, what an asshole.
Fucking asked me to do something and then he just not fucking
Yeah,
there.
and it was like, you know, it took you a while to get out of there.
Yeah, it took a while because it's a pretty long, you know, walk. Jeez.
This place is a fucking mess. There's just shit thrown everywhere.
That's just how it is, and I hope it stays like this. Okay, now that I've, wait, hold on. Hey. Sit still? Sit still? Sit still? Oh, you don't have any room for this. Never mind.
Hold on, I can move them. It's just tethers.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my god, that made my camera freak out.
It won't let me put it on you. You're gonna have to put it on yourself. I'm sorry.
Where is it?
I set it right in front of you.
Oh, it's this.
There you go. Look at
my
how
God, I'm
bright
so
it
bright.
is. Look at that. Alright, later.
It's blinding. Oh, you can turn it off.
Keep doing that.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, look at my light.
It's a nice light. I'm gonna...
Yours. You wanna trade?
No. I'm just gonna make sure that Seth never gets his way out of this hole.
Something better. You trade.
What are you gonna give me? If it's... I'm only interested in vehicles, so... There we go. It's like the hole never existed. You have no tether either down there.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. I'm well aware of the hell I've created for
Hear
myself.
that? Are you hearing that?
I do. What is it?
It can be yours, my friend, for one light.
Why do you want my light?
Because I like that light better than that light.
Because I had it to begin with, and he wants everything I've got because he's jealous. I'm about to die! I fell!
Did you at least leave the ammonium up here?
Hey, to put insult to injury,
Oh,
it said
God,
I was
you did.
suffocating. Right as I died.
You know what I could do? Just take both of the lights and be extra bright.
Hold on, wait, sweetheart.
I'm so fucking bright.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You fucking nuclear blast
Do you
over
need,
here.
you need any light? I
Yes.
got lights.
Yes, I do. Now, hey, watch this.
Oh my god.
There you go. What's he doing over there? Holy shit. F.
I hate this song.
What's wrong?
Hold on, I gotta check the shortcuts real quick. Damn.
I'm having too much fun.
I absolutely love this thing. It's a recreational item, as it should be.
Is that a fucking spaceship?
The game finally saved.
No, it's not.
What is it? That's a space shuttle.
Well,
Get out!
change my damn color.
Get out!
Come on, let me go to space.
No!
You can be rid of me.
No, I'm trying to get us through this so we can get to the center of the Earth.
Can I like jump onto it with you?
No, goodbye.
Wait.
Goodbye.
There he goes. Well, he left us.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to the store to get milk.
You know what time it is, Seth?
What time is it? Time to destroy the whole base? Yeah, you're right. Hold on, let me.
It's time to jiggle. Oh my fucking god. I hate this game. Look at how bright I am though.
Holy shit, it's not nighttime where you're at. You are the fucking sun. You are a goddamn sun. I keep having fucking network issues on twitch.tv. I'm still live. It saved the game again. You guys gotta stop saving the fucking game. If this game crashes, it crashes and we lose everything.
It's hardcore.
Yeah, it's hardcore Minecraft, alright? Jeez. Get with the program.
What is the noodle looking stuff?
That is the resin.
Resin. It looks like noodles.
It looks like earwax noodles. You're right. Alright, everybody. What the fuck? I'm gonna dig underneath our base. Just dig a big old hole under there. Oh, I can't. It won't let me dig underneath our base. As a heads up.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. It really is. Okay.
Goodbye forever.
He leaves the planet and then leaves our hearts. Can't believe Michael's gone.
Just like that.
Just like that. He left us. To perish. Can you fucking believe this shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost fell down a pit.
Where the hell are you?
I don't even know.
Leaves Earth to go buy cigarettes just like real dad. Holy shit. I wish we had a chair. Cause this sucks. I wanna sit down.
This place is awful. I want to go in the building. fuck? Is it supposed to just kick you out? Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna hang out in the shelter. Alright, I think I am going to actually head out for now.
Okay. It has been a good long stream.
It has. It's been about 3 hours on my end.
3 hours
And I
on
would
your
like-
end? It's about 5 hours on mine almost. Get out of there.
Jesus.
Come here. Come here.
Okay, alright.
Motherfucker.
The emotes are just so good. And the noise, the woo 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 woo.
I'm gonna slap you. Come here. Wham!
Oh shit. I'm fucking dead.
Fucking dead. Can't believe
Oh, that's-
stream's over and Michael's dead. Michael's dead. Crab brave.
Excuse me.
What do you mean, excuse me? Look, I'm doing it. Hey, I'm gonna stand over here. I'm gonna stand over here. Okay. Now do it to me. Steal my fate.
Do what?
Steal my fate. One last time. Goodbye, comrade. Thank you.
Time to just seal up the
Oh, no.
hole. Nothing ever happened.
I for real died. Alright. Yeah, it's
There
like,
you go. It's like you never existed,
it's like I never existed.
even though you're back. Why, you died?
Yeah, I died. What'd you think would happen? He buried me in the fucking hole. Just like Biden did with that dog.
God damn it. Alright, on that note, time to end the stream forever. And never come back after this.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be another like 5 months before I stream again, you know?
I'm gonna force you to stream again.
As per usual.
Shit, she's fucking dead.
Yeah, yeah.
That's gonna be the end of the stream for me too, because it's been almost 5 fucking hours
Alright.
of stream.
This
So-
was fun.
It was fun.
Hasn't it?
Thanks for playing the video game with
Thank you for
Yeah.
letting me invade, as I always say.
yes.
Thanks for coming by and ruining my life.
I feel like I did.
I don't think you did it well enough. I don't think you.
I'll try
ruined my
harder
life.
next time, don't worry.
Good. How do you save the game?
Go
Ah.
into the shelter.
Alright, I'm heading out. Bye guys.
All right. Goodbye. I killed you, Michael. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I killed you.
Bye.
Goodbye. That's the end for me as well. Thank you all for coming by. I hope you enjoyed. See you next time. Bye bye.